Resolution T2-8904/2023, the chapter acknowledges the findings from the audit report and approves the chapter's corrective action plans to address and resolve the findings. The resolution number T2-09-04/2023 is the chapter to the has completed sector and audit of the city for a third spring chapter and approving the chapter to the close of the vacuum plan. City each chapter titled Internal Audit of the City each chapter report number 23-11 dated April 2023. Proposed by the city for a chapter and this corrective action plan is approved for use by the city for a chapter in addressing and resolving the findings explained in the audit. Section 4 directives. A, the city for a chapter can prepare and submit a written status report on its progress in the that forth on its approved corrective action plan in compliance with 12 and 3 section 7F. The chapter shall submit such report to the auditor general no later than 6 months after the effective date of this action. B, the auditor general shall receive and review the city code after 6 months status report and chapter grant memorandum explaining the auditor general's opinion about the success of the chapter's corrective efforts and the chapter's compliance with the approved corrective action plan during the more than 6 month period following season government that C, the auditor general shall then promptly submit such memorandum along with the city for a chapter status report to the resources plan development committee and budget and finance committee 12 and 7F. The second phase of this act and the auditor general shall conduct a follow-up review of the city for each chapter to determine whether or not the chapter has successfully implemented its corrective action plan and section 7G. The auditor general shall then promptly prepare a 12-month report on its findings resulting from the follow-up review. Such report shall include the auditor general's recommendation of the chapter for failure to sufficiently implement its corrective action plan following the season. That the auditor general's follow-up report has been presented to the resources development committee and budget and finance committee following the season. Following section 7H, section 5, the effective date this action public following section 6A and 7B. Section 6 saving costs. The provision of this action is determined by the navigation Supreme Court. By an navigation district court of God appeal to the navigation Supreme Court or the division for the seventh imbalance of the law and navigation. We have the attachments that are there that are referenced in the legislation. A resource of the committee has said that's a recommendation that I do have to amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. For looking at the legislation into the record, committee members, do you have a motion to consider the legislation?
Motion.
Do we have a second to consider the legislation? I'll get Lombardo Hazard, second to motion. Committee members, we will go to a presentation by our sponsor, and the sponsor can also include this committee too. Vice Chair Gardner.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for giving me some time to before you this morning regarding legislation 0247-23, the corrective action plan for the Toledo chapter, and would like to first thank the budget and finance. Thank you for allowing us to be on the agenda today, and want to say good morning to each and every one of you, also the being of staff. Thank you for all your work, giving this out for everybody here today. I'd also like to thank our Toledo chapter officials and staff for being here. Good morning. Hope you guys made it here safely. I know it's a couple hours drive from there to here. I just would like to go ahead and thank Billy Tom for being our agent on this cap legislation and also being here with us today, as our agent. So this is our president here. We have our secretary, chapter manager, and our chapter office specialist, administrative assistant. So try to acknowledge our chapter staff and officials. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and give the floor to our agent.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee members. I would like to present the audit report, and then with the number of audits, findings, I'll just do the summary page and probably provide a brief summary of our audit scope. And for the city court chapter, they're a certified chapter. They've been certified since 2011.
Before we begin, can you just get your name and position for the record?
Okay, so, my name is Beverly Tom. I'm a senior auditor for the Office of the Auditor General.
Okay.
And again, this chapter, at the time of our audit, the president and vice president elected officials were vacated, and they had new appointed president and vice president as we completed this project, as well as the chapter staffing. As if you read on page 26, there was a chapter position that has been in a turnover, substantial turnover in the chapter manager's position from 2017. And the administrative assistant since 2019. The current chapter manager has been with the chapter since July 2021, and then the administrative assistant has been with the chapter since August 2021. And if you look at our audit scope, it covered October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. But with our finding that we found with this review that we conducted, finding one, the last financial statement audit was completed 5 years ago in 2017. Finding two, fixed assets are inaccurately reported on balance sheet. Finding three, chapter property were not properly identified, recorded, and tracked. Finding four, chapter accounting system needs better oversight monitoring. Finding five, changes within the accounting system are not adequately supported and authorized. Finding six, chapters accounting records are paying a fraud loss fund, reporting a deficit cash balance of 101,319. Finding seven, chapter expended 5,852 of internal revenues without an approved budget. Finding eight, personnel files for chapter employees were incomplete. Finding nine, chapter staff bonus were paid contrary to personnel and fiscal policies and procedures. Finding 10, employees' work hours were not properly reported and did not justify wages paid. Finding 11, charge accounts are utilized without important controls. Finding 12, despite missing documents, the chapter awarded housing assistance totaling 8,663. Finding 13, it is unclear if housing recipients use building materials for their intended purpose. Finding 14, purchase of goods and services were not supported with quotes, invoices, or receipts. Finding 15, restricted funds were not expended according to funding guidelines. Finding 16, chapter does not adhere to travel policies and procedures. Finding 17, travel advances are being processed contrary to travel policies. Finding 18, contractors were hired contrary to procurement policies and procedures. Finding 19, contractor was paid $11,275 before contract deliverables were verified. Finding 20 PPSY projects did not comply with policies and procedures. Finding 21, community financial assistance provided by the chapter lacks transparency. Finding 22, 2 outstanding checks have yet to be avoided in the accounting system. Those are the findings, and that completes my presentation. Also, I wanted to say that the chapter did provide us a corrective action plan, and that was approved by the acting auditor general, and it did efficiently and will effectively resolve these findings that are cited for the chapter.
This is not going to go to the corrective action.
As exhibit, for the corrective action plan, the chapter plans to, resolve each of these findings. And they do have a corrective actions that are gonna be the responsibility of the chapter manager and chapter officials, and also the administrative assistant. And they do have a timeline, of October 1st, 2024 to resolve all these findings. Do you want me to go through each of the corrective actions or?
It's familiar with the presentation, I guess I'll do the words, but maybe you want to every single one. But like, to go to the different presentation.
I'm okay with just reading some, but I do.
Right, okay. Okay, so the committee will read through the document, the exhibit, and then we'll ask. Thank you, Ms. Wong. I believe it's longer to. Anything before we turn on to the topic?
Yes, just like to, let the, committee, let me know that they have been working on, the findings, and, they are working diligently to get this, resolved. So this time I will turn back over to the committee or questions.
And I guess, we're gonna turn this over to, with the chapter manager, chapter president, and chapter who's also like to add the presentation before we open it up to the committee.
Thank you. Again, my name is Dolly Wagner. I'm the chapter manager for Birch Springs chapter, and as Ms. Tom read it, we are at the beginning of this audit is when we actually came in as new chapter staff. So our training was limited at that time. We had other people, the chapter had actually hired other individuals to take care of the accounting system at that time, because as new staff, we had to get our passwords, we call those MIP passcodes in order for us to get into the system. We didn't get that training until October of 2021. So from there, a lot of these findings have been corrected by ourselves and the rest of our staff. We have addressed some, not all of it, but we have addressed some of these findings already. Out of right now, as of the RDC meeting, we have addressed 18 items. Meaning it's not 18 of the 22, it's 18 of team. There's other discrepancies on the accounting section that was developed back in 2000 with the passive. I think our administration right now, myself and my staff have been there the longest within the past 5-6 years. So past administration, we're only there a couple of months, less than a year. So we've been there for quite a while now to really commit and getting this chapter back in good standing.
Thank you. Are there any other chapter officials like to add to the presentation?
Yeah, I would like to say something. My name is Mitzi Gay, as I stated before, I'm the secretary treasurer. I was, when the two prior officials resigned, it was just myself and the staff that were taking care of everything for about close to 3 months before the new appointed president and VP were selected through chapter meetings. So during that time, we were dealing with the auditor's office, and they were out there reviewing documents. And I know it states on there that, like I've stated before in the RDC meeting, it stated that it was only for a period of 1 year, but there were documents that were reviewed that were from prior years. And dealing with all these audit findings and everything, there was a lot of documentation that was provided, and then a lot of documentation that was missing from prior administration as well. So I just would like to state that we do have a goal, as far as myself and the staff, to get with the Auditor General within another 6 months, I believe, to kind of update them on where we're at, and then meet our goals as of October 1st of 2020. So like Dolly said, we are working diligently with the council delegate and ASC office. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President. Any closing comments before we open up the floor?
Well, I would like to say something. My name is Jamie James. I'm the administrative assistant for First Department. Just like what Beverly said, yeah, we've been working back and forth with the auditor, and then now we're working really close with the ASC office. We didn't get our training until December with Bill in Albuquerque on MIP. So you know, you learn as you go. But now that I'm working with Kristen out of Tuba City, you know, whenever I have a question or if I kind of have to doubt myself, I make contact with her or Mildred, and they, you know, work with us. And I think, which is good. But we do want more training. But we're working hard on the accounting portion of it, and that's where I'm constantly every day trying to, you know, fix or, you know, make sure that we don't make the same mistakes. And but like Dolly said, you know, a lot of these, like the 2 outstanding checks are already off of, you know, we already deleted those because they were from prior year. That's all I want to say is that, you know, we are working on it, and we thank you for having us and voicing our opinions and telling you guys that we are diligently working on correcting these the findings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so thank you for the presentation today. Committee members, do we have any questions on the legislation? Vice Chair Slater?
My first question is, does the Secretary Treasurer have the MIP training on? Do you have access to monitor? And then the same goes for the chapter manager. And then from page 25, the third paragraph, it says internal controls are mostly non-consistent or ineffective. These deficiencies result in the 22 findings identified in the audit report. We haven't had a ton of audits come before us, but 22, I think, is the most that I've seen anything I've had to review. So I feel like you have a huge task ahead of you in delivering the corrective action plan. When you get it from the other general, how you devise a chapter in prioritizing or ranking what needs to be accomplished within the corrective action plan. If there are certain things that are greater threat than the other for misuse or whatever. Is that the strategy, or is it, do you take care of some of these smaller things like the sales tax and all that you said you're taking care of? I want to hear what sort of advice you give to them so that they can. Because the corrective action plan just lists, all the. I don't know if this means it's like in steps, like number one is number one, or is it just related back to the findings and that's how they're prioritized? Because one of the later findings or the middle findings, fraud loss fund. And I was wondering if that could be explained further, if that was established because there had been fraud perpetrated earlier and they had to create a fund to accept like insurance monies or something, and then that would be applied to areas where fraud took place, or was that just money set aside? I don't know. I would like to know exactly what that fraud loss fund is, because it was $101,000. But that seems to be holding back the veracity of your financial statements. And then in terms of a financial statement audit, has there been one completed since this audit was completed? And if not, what is the plan for doing that? So let's start with those questions.
So yeah, we'll start with my questions, Ms. Tom, about the strategy of prioritization of the action plan, and then we'll move to the secretary treasurer and the manager. So the question posed by the vice chair, and maybe actually, answer the question about the strategy of the financial statement as well.
Okay. Thank you for your question. As far as like a strategy for how the chapter is gonna address the corrective action plan, we do tell them to try to work with the ones that are more quicker to address, just like what they have already done about addressing the outstanding checks. Also, with regards to the fraud loss fund, this was on the books as far as on their balance sheet. And it is basically a financial impropriety fraud that occurred with the prior chapter administration. They have gone through the courts, and I believe they were asked to pay back restitution payments. And there's only one individual that's actually paying the restitution. And that's as far as what I could tell based on the documents that I was able to obtain. But there was a investigation that had been done on this chapter. And this is prior to our audit that we had conducted, so.
Ms. Tom, I think the question is, what is the advice of the office of the auditor general is giving the chapter and how to complete the task? Part of the question was about, is there a recommendation for the financial statement audit to be current?
The as far as the chapter, it looks like they are addressing the corrective action plan. And then they're doing a priority listing on their own to try to address what is easier to do. Like, they already stated that the fraud loss fund is gonna take them time because that's gonna take some researching. And that's what, I was assisting them with as far as going back into the accounting system and pulling some financial statements and explaining to them what might have had occurred. So on their portion, they had to go back to maybe Galcom ASC to see if what was actually put into the accounting system, because there was no documentation to address that. So I believe right now they are working with Tuba City ASC, and Department of Justice to try to address this. And, as far as the financial statements, I believe, they are in the works of trying to, set aside money for this. I'm not sure if they have done that for this fiscal year 2024 to work on getting a financial statement audit done.
So turn it over to, the chapter manager to address vice chair's leadership.
The MRP monitor, I did, receive my training, like I said it before, we got our training in December of 2021. But our chapter is pretty small with very low funding. So we are not capable of buying additional computers with MIP systems because MIP software itself is very, very expensive. We had to pay close to $1,200 just for the system to be upgraded for us last year. So it's a really expensive software, and we only have one computer that holds that software, and it's at her desk, and she monitors everything. What I do is ask her on a bi-weekly basis to give me a printout of the financial statement so I can review it and update it and make corrections or whatever. I also right now have been reviewing all financial app transactions, like writing checks and stuff like that. I review all of that along with the secretary. We are in the process of cross-referencing and checking and things like that before she writes out a check. So that's the implementation that we put into our side of making sure that things are being corrected, following the corrective action plan and stuff like that. So until we are able to, get additional funding or set more funding aside to purchase additional computers. And even our computers right now are very, very outdated. They freeze on us. We can't even do Zoom calls or things like that. So we are trying to find ways to upgrade our systems and our programs right now. But right now we only have one system, and the process that we have is what I just explained as far as the MIP. The secretary has not gotten the MIP training just for monitoring because they're not allowed to go into the system themselves to manipulate any of the transactions. When she does get her training, and I'm not sure when the next training would be because all the trainings that they had were with the Albuquerque, what's that called? That's where all the chapters go to get their training is with Bill. We just call it Bill, ITG, yeah, ITG of Albuquerque. Is where they get all their trainings, and that individual is retiring. So he is in the process of downsizing everything, and he's not capable of giving out the trainings anymore. So if and when the secretary does get her training, her responsibility or her her ability to get into the system would just be to monitor the financial statements. That's it, nothing else. So I don't know I don't know who else is giving that training right now, for the chapter official. And fraud loss, from what we can gather, is that this was from the past administration. Back in 2018 was the last audit that was done, as it was mentioned in the finding. That 2017 audit is what created this fraud fund. Because of mismanagement of funds in the prior administration, in that particular administration at that time. And I'm not sure how they got to that amount, because we have talked to the Delcon ASC office. They also had a changeover, so the person that was there when this fraud fund was developed is no longer at ASC. So that's where our hiccup is again, so we had to try to locate that person that was there at that time at ASC. He has very little recollection of how this was developed too, so, I'm not sure how we can fix that or how we can remedy that, but as, the Auditor General stated, the individuals, the two individuals at that time, the chapter manager and the AA, have gone through court. One is still, in litigation, one has completed hers. She is right now paying back restitution, what goes back into that fraud account. That is all we have information on that. We are still, finding additional and doing research on that one. As far as prioritizing the cap, we have, like I said, have completed some of them. The most easiest one that can be done, most of this is just paperwork. Like I mentioned before, we were right at the start of our employment when this started, when this audit was covering, and to this day, I don't want to bash the program, the BCD program or the ASC program, but to this day, we have not received any type of training, updates of anything or stuff like that. I keep asking the programs to give us, proper trainings and stuff like that, and it's not happening. So we are just, learning as we go. There was a lot of documentations that were never implemented in the prior administration. As we look back through the records, so now we have obtained a lot of these documentations, for instance, for the PEP. They have project outlines and doing responsibilities and budgets that they were supposed to do that were never done, so we have implemented that. Housing discretionary funds, they have forms that they have to fill out, scope of work and all these things, they were never done in the prior administration, so we have implemented that. We have started those processes, so we have done a lot to complete some of these findings, and we will work on it more to complete a majority of them. And I know that the fraud fund, and there's another section in the accounting system that was cited with us as travel funds. That's also in the negative, developed by the past administration. So those two things are probably going to be the hardest one that we can work on, that we'll be able to complete and try to fix. But I would say a lot of the other ones we will be able to do, because it's just paper trail and getting into the proper policy, following the proper policies and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. And the secretary, would you like to add anything?
Just as far as my own personal, experience and opinion, regarding these fraud accounts and all these prior, discrepancies that we had in the system, it was due to a prior chapter official that had her hands in the MIP system, where she was able to go in there and print checks and everything. And I personally believe that we chapter officials should not be able to do that within not only our chapter, but with any chapter, because we have limited duties to where we are just there in a way to advise and to advocate for the community. Whereas the chapter officials are there to implement a lot of these recommendations and suggestions as far as what we recommend or what the community require and request. So when these guys were going for their training, I didn't push myself in there to get the training, because I felt like that wasn't my place. And after they did do their training and they continued working, we started scheduling monthly administration meetings where they would update us on financials as far as balance sheets from the prior month, where they were at on the current month, and letting us know if certain fund accounts were drawing down too low to where It wouldn't last until the end of the fiscal year, and then we would talk about budgets and how we can adjust all those numbers to accommodate as far as utilities, fuel costs, or any other type of community programs that we would have going on. So, you know, we do have those type of meetings every month before chapter meetings in order to update, not for them to only update us, but for us to update them as well, and then talk about other ideas and suggestions. And with that being said, our chapter staff has been really good about attending every single planning and chapter meeting to where they take care of a lot of the financial processes and issues in the office. They are there to answer any community questions that arise if they should have any questions regarding the budgets, whether the negative amounts or the influx of numbers as far as the new fiscal year funding that had just dropped into our bank account. So they're there to answer a lot of those questions, and they usually have budgets that they have created on hand. So a lot of the information that we have is very transparent to our community. So I do commend my current chapter staff for sticking with us and getting a lot of the work done that needed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that our delegate will now ask any questions.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to go ahead and thank the chief person that is getting a quick, bringing this up. Thank you, Council Valdez, for hearing staff, getting on. A lot of the questions that I was going to ask were previously answered. But I still like to find out for sure is that the former officials, have they been all brought up on charges, which you said they are? One of them is playing back right now, but is there any other officials that were involved in that situation? I know that most of you came back in 2021, but I'm happy that you're addressing all these situations and getting them taken care of. The only thing we really didn't say is how you're gonna address some of these issues that are taken care of or brought up. You're making a monthly report to somebody, or are you telling people what you did, or the former chapter that basically said that I think the chapter should be maybe sending reports to your committee or to budget and finance, basically stating that this is done or this is done. I know you had some 18 already completed, but we need to kind of keep up with that, so at least we know what's happening. We just leave and say, okay, that's it, and we don't hear anything about it. And it kind of gives you accountability, saying we need to make sure that the budget and finance knows about it, or any other committee. We kind of go from there. You're talking about the fund fraud. Is a lot of that money being paid back, and I think you said yes, some of it's being paid back, but are you pushing issues on and making sure that it's taken care of, or are you just saying that all the fund is being paid back, but we don't really have something from the police or the attorney or somebody saying that you have this and you're supposed to be paying so much per month and you should stay on the schedule, and then we need to know those type of things and kind of go through there. The other thing is I don't know if I asked delegate here about being sanctioned. Is the chapter already being thinking about getting sanctioned, or is it after next year? You know, those kind of things we really watch out for. If somebody wants to ask different questions, again, a monthly report will help that, and we can go from there. So the other thing is, I know you said something about timelines for the monthly audit to be completed in 2024, and you're talking about writing out checks. Is there a signature process? Is there one signature, two signatures? How does it go? How does every chapter, have, checks, sent to somebody, it just comes out of the computer, is it already signed by everybody, or does it come out as a piece of paper and somebody's got to sign it, verify it, this is what's happening? To me, it sounds like former, just write out a check and it's ready to go. No signature, oh, I got $10,000 that week. Those kind of things I'd like to know. Is there a process that you go through? Is it the president, is it the second manager, who is signing it? And goes from there. And then the other one is, delegate, case and the delegate, Flavor brought up the financial statement audits. I'd like to know about that also and follow up through that, see what's going on through them. Other than that, I thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing some of this stuff up. Please keep an eye on it, put a hold on it, put your hand on it, put your finger on it, whatever you do, we'll get some of these audits completed and hopefully we won't go further. I guess it would call. Thank you for that. So continue. Thank you.
If you guys are, I'm gonna come first over to, so the auditor general to answer some of the technical questions, and then we'll get a time for the
Okay. As far as, sending reports, are we gonna be requesting as part of our plan of operation, a 6-month status report on the corrective action plan? And normally that is usually distributed back over to the, committees, like, resource and development and then budget and finance on the status of where, the chapter is providing feedback, say where they're at with their corrective action plan. And then, as far as like the check signature process, there is a LGA, that does state that the primary, signatories are the chapter manager, in this case for Birch Springs, and the secretary treasurer. And if the president or vice president, is planning on signing a check, then they need, a justification memo attached to why the secretary treasurer is not available. And as far as the financial statement audit, the Ms. Dahl, Ms. Wagner, I'm sorry, but, she did report to RDC that, they do plan to have a financial statement audit to be done, but, I'm not quite sure what the status is on that, because they are supposed to make some funds available in their budget to complete a financial statement audit. But I would, probably get an update from the chapter on where that one's at.
Tom, time back over to the chapter manager.
Okay, thank you. The reporting requirement from us to the, Auditor General's office, so we'll be doing that at the 6 months increment. Former officially, I had a question on that. The staff are the only ones that were prosecuted, not the chapter officials. So the staff, the chapter manager and the administrative assistant at that particular time were charged with fraud or misuse of funds, and they have gone through the court system and everything. So the court is the one that ordered them to pay, ordered the one particular one to pay that. So through court order, she is the one that's paying that monthly payment, which comes to us. We actually have to come all the way up here and pick it up, and then go deposit it into our checking account, and it goes into this fraud account. So when the auditor did the audit, it was minus 101, something like that. We're down to 98 now, 98 plus, with this individual making her payments through restitution. The other individual is still through litigation, her court has not been settled yet, so I don't know, we don't know how that's going to be. What the outcome to that one is gonna be, until this all completed. So the chapter officials were never part of this process that they did against the staff. Timeline, and signatures, we do have, with our bank, the bank requires that we submit signature sheets of everybody that signs checks, which is myself, the secretary, are the primary, check signers. And then the alternates are the chapter president and chapter vice president, in case the secretary is not available. And we do have a form that we attach when the secretary is not available, the reason why the other two, the alternates are signing checks, we have that process in place right now. So, they cannot sign checks until their signature sheets are approved by resolution at the chapter and submitted to the bank for clearance. Once the bank gives us the okay, that's when they start signing checks, not before. That's the process that we have right now. Or if I missed anything,
One of your other questions. If the check is just- Yeah, because we're certified chapter, yeah, we do print checks, but she has to attach a cover sheet. With the fund account number, the GL account number, it has, Dolly, myself, her signature, the person picking up a check, or if the check is gonna be mailed. That's the cover sheet, and then any documentation as far as if it's a utility bill, attach that, and she reviews that, and then I send on the check and review it as well. So there's, checks and balances that we have in place right now on how we handle that issue. And, I'm rarely unavailable to sign the checks, and the only time I am is when I have to be in Phoenix for work. Otherwise, like she said, we do have a memo that does get attached stating that there is a delegation that we do go through as far as if the president or the VP, either one of them are available to sign the checks. What was one of the other questions that we might have missed?
I'll turn the time over to Hill, if there are any questions that we're not answered.
I think they got all.
The other thing, one other question that keeps coming up that Honorable Slater brought up is the financial statements. And that one, the reason why we don't have a status on that is because it's very costly as a small chapter to pay a little bit over 15,000 for a financial audit. So what they advised us to do was to try to get maybe 2 or 3 chapters together and then do a joint cost sharing so that they can audit those chapters all at once. And we don't want to be sanctioned, so knock on wood, we're not going to be sanctioned. So that's one of the things that we are trying to avoid, because we feel that we have other chapters, neighboring chapters that are sanctioned, and neighboring chapters that are non-certified. And we hear about the painstaking process that they have to go through in order to get their vendors paid, the community assistance that need to be paid as far as housing discretionary scholarship assistance. And we don't want to go through that. So we are doing everything we can to get everything situated, corrected, and then back to the Auditor General, and then hopefully before you guys to avoid sanction or any other type of consequences that would come from an audit finding like this. So that's kind of where we're at as far as the financial statement is, to try to figure out a cost sharing with other neighboring chapters, which will probably most likely be Loop and Telani Lake, because Loop is sanctioned and Telani Lake is non-certified. So they need their financial audits done soon as well. And I believe Loop's going through their audit right now, or they have completed. I don't know what the status is on that, but we're waiting to kind of get that figured out as well.
Thank you for the response. Committee members, do we have any questions? Further questions on the legislation? Judges, and Ms. Carr?
Oh, yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
So, yeah, I think you, sponsoring this legislation, I have a few questions, and you guys can write it down so I can get them answered. Apologize that you had to come out this way, to meet us in person. I did sponsor legislation to try to get, virtual meetings, but unfortunately, that was not passed by, the council. But, I think it takes you about 3 hours to get here, so appreciate you being here. The second question, or, my first question is for the Auditor General. In terms of the audit and in this, legislation, you keep referring to, the fiscal management, system, but you don't identify which one you're using to audit. So does this chapter, as a certified chapter, have their own FMS, or are you using the FMS that's the DOJ, template? I think that's important to note. Because as a certified chapter, you ask, the council, to have the authority to manage your finances. And so what I'm hearing from the chapters, you no longer have the ability to either give the training or with your audit findings to do that. So that's where I'm concerned. As a certified chapter, since 2011. If we could have that resolution, I think that's important to note, so that the chapter officials and staff understand what authorities they requested, from the council to manage these. If the intent then is to rely on the ASC DCD program, then that changes the ability of the chapter to properly manage its own FMS within the chapter. That changes the dynamic. So, yes, delegate, I did hear, RDC's work sessions last week on chapter reform and chapter, looking at especially targeting the financial aspects of the chapter. And there was a conversation, is there a point when chapters can no longer manage their FMS system and then need to be decertified so that there's proper oversight and management of the fiscal dollars? This chapter has incurred fraud in the past. From this report, we have no idea on how that's being repaid. And now with the other findings. So I think our job and our responsibility is an oversight. And I'm not sure, because the way that our, we're not notified what is said at RDC. We're just notified that it was passed or not passed and moved on. So I would like to know too, in terms of what Resource and Development Committee recommended in terms of how we move forward. For these, if the chapter, my assumption is the chapter is fully operated off of Navajo Nation general funds. Although as a certified chapter, they can go after other funds, it just appeared from this audit. And so let's correct me if I'm wrong, because if they're struggling and not getting the training that they need or understand the process, then we need to, as legislatures, look at how do we allocate the dollars. And then what should be conditions of appropriations moving forward. Because what I'm looking at right here, and it doesn't state which fiscal policies and procedures from the FMS, but it says shall include funds received from Navajo Nation, state, county, federal, and other sources. Oh, this is requiring the chapter to obtain an audit. So what I'm hearing from this response in this report is that the chapter is so small that they cannot allocate money to an audit. And so that violates the FMS that they have been granted to operate. So that's a concern as we move forward with the audit findings. The way that it plays out on some of our insurances is the Navajo Nation does not have a good history when it comes to cash management. And so we have to be insured, and we're at the point now where nobody wants to insure the Navajo Nation because of our chronic mismanagement of dollars. And so we have to get a foreign investment, a foreign insurance company, because nobody in the United States can insure Navajo Nation when it comes to cash fraud cases. And so that creates an opportunity for, the oversight, and that's why I'm interested in how the oversight wants to move forward. And also looking at then, how in terms of looking at these smaller chapters, then they may not just have the capacity to, meet those, physical policies and procedures. And then what do we need to do to develop a way where they can either regionalize or get that support so that the money is effective? Because on page 1 of the audit, under causes, so I mentioned that the chapter really did it, they don't have funds to pay, we heard that from chapter leadership. The second point on the cause is that the chapter did not know how to use the results of the financial statement audit to improve its financial management system. So we're already developing this continuing need, and I think that's why you're seeing so many audit findings. And at some point, then the money should have either been under ASC with the type of vacancies or the type, and that's a conversation that we need to talk about as leadership. So as a committee, it would be interesting to know how we want to move forward. I guess the executive director of community development. And so how do we safeguard this money at the chapter level, whether it's for Springs or across the 110? Because what we have to do is we start putting in procedures and then nobody's able to access dollars. And that's where you get vendors complaining, why do I have to go through the 164? We have to go through that because there's been mismanagement of dollars. And this is all Navajo money. That's my assumption is that you're receiving. And so there is a tight bill that we make sure we know where that money is spent. I wanted to ask the Auditor General, in this audit, is there any white collar? Are you going to be, you didn't indicate whether or not there was a need to refer any of these activities to white collar crimes. I know that the Department of Justice has reinstated that unit. And so, I think it's important to the Auditor General where we stand on that. And so I would also need to know from the Auditor General, how much does an audit cost? So right now, the Navajo Nation, we're paying for this audit of the chapters. And so if we're paying for the audit of the chapters and it's under the chapter's responsibility to allocate those dollars, then we need to have a conversation about then how much goes out to the chapter for maybe direct purposes, and then how much is needed to continue to do audit. So from the Auditor General office, my request is it'll take time, but let us know at one point, you let us know what chapters and the last time they received an audit. And that's why we're seeing all these audits now from the chapters. There have been some chapters who haven't received an audit in 20 years, but we keep allocating dollars to them, but they're not complying by their policies and procedures. So if you could give us a high level summary of when they're receiving audits, how that's moving forward, because I think that's going to play on how we allocate general fund allocations, because you talked about carryover. So I'm not sure how much carryover the chapter has. So that kind of conflicts with the argument that there's no money for audits. Because if you have a carryover, then that means you have funding for audit. And so let's talk about that, the vacate, the new officials. I want to just, I know that, and if I may, Mr. Mitchell's not your agent, but he was very involved with this whole county. And I think at one point, our committees should get together and talk about this.
Yeah.
Because we have made that individual a multimillionaire. But yet we continue to, as a nation, our chapters are all, and there's no policy, there's no direction on why chapters are utilizing MIP. But now you could hear, now that he's retiring, there's no one there to provide them the training and support that they need. And the amount of funding that requires and requiring them to go to Albuquerque. So we're gonna have a follow-up discussion on that chapter MIP accounting. Because it's so specialized for Navajo Nation, then there's no opportunity for anyone else to come and give them that training. And so I think that really hurts our chapters in general. And I can remember former budget and finance committees talking about that. Where is the requirement for MIP? That's just the system. It's just the system. And so talking with other accountants that deal in the government, there's other systems, and so we could ask like the office of the controller if there's any other recommendation, or as we're dealing with changing Navajo Nation's financial system, what's the opportunity for chapters? Because chapters are not under legislative, executive, or judicial. Right? You're not. And so, but the reason why you're here is because you're receiving Navajo Nation dollars. And so, and when you accept those dollars through resolution, then you're accepting that, all of those dollars have policies and procedures that will have to be taken care of. And so, what I just want to note that is the lack of training that was identified here and how that causes frustration, at the local level to be able to, properly provide the services that are needed. And I think what we will need to know from Mr. Mitchell, then what is ASU providing training and what does that look like? And so there should be planned out training, and then how do you provide training to incoming employees? So certified chapter employees are not Navajo Nation employees, and that's the challenge. As a certified chapter, you're the supervisor, and whenever you came into the position, to know that as a president, it's my assumption you're the supervisor. So then how are you getting the training that your employees need at the chapter level? And so these are always going to be the challenges of certified chapters. Because there's a caveat here, and I want to express this as a certified chapter. When the permanent trust fund was developed, there's a law, there's a provision in there that, so Rodney told me don't say certified, remember this whole conversation, but LJ, locally, I think, only LGA certified chapters. There's a provision in there, we waived it as council, that they have, that those LGA certified chapters are gonna have access to 50% of the permanent trust fund interest. What did we do in this budget? We transferred all that money to UUFB, other than $20 million that our LGA certified chapters could have shared. And so if there's what, 45 LGA certified chapters, that's about $400,000. And that could build up your community to get you the systems that you need, to get you the contractors that you need, consultants that you need. And that's what we want to see. But we have to stop. We have to somehow fix all of this mismanagement of the funds to stabilize it so we can move forward. Because I'm sure Bergstein has a dream for their community, they have a dream for their people. And so that's always the balance. I wanted to bring up those questions and get those answers. Because I'm interested in how DOJ's recommendation or 4 recommendations for the chapter. My district, we're gonna get a review in January to see where we're at. And we want to make sure that the chapters are get the support that they need, but also accountable. So if you could answer those questions with Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Honorable Prati. The first question is regarding the DOJ template. This chapter is using the DOJ template. They just inserted the chapter name into the manual. We will make a note to include that if they're using the DOJ template. As far as the white collar crime referral, we do refer all our audits to them, and we leave it to their discretion or in meeting with us to see if there's anything that they are flagging on their end. And then the cost of a financial statement audit. I don't have knowledge of that personally, or even I believe the chapter themselves go out and procure all those type of services for the certified chapters. But as far as our audits, the ones that we contract out, I think I've seen like 25,000 to 30,000, depending on these vendors or their contractors that are bidding to these projects. And then regarding the when audits were done for the certified chapters, that one, I believe the Auditor General has access to that information, and I'll give her your question to her and see if she can give you the information.
I think some of the questions were going to, Delegate Johnson on the response from reception zoning.
Yes, for the training, we did have your RDC, chair, Mr. Rick Nez also, I find that, a lot of the, training should be provided by ASC. So we're providing, technical training to the, chapter staff and officials. And, and then some of the questions, the fraud as well as the white collar crime that was also brought up RDC as well, and how they're gonna go about that with the Auditor General. I know one of the questions was, the high risk, the chapter being a high risk due to this fraud of 100,000. And if a person is paying, let's say $150 a month, only one person is paying restitution, that's gonna take 55 years, over 55 years. And I did pose this question to DCD Director, Ms. Mitchell, as well as Jeremy Nolly, our BSC manager, this past this last RDC meeting in Ojale. How do we support these chapters, going forward with this, if this happened in the previous administration? So that's a discussion that we're gonna have to have with them, directly as a committee, resource development as well as BNF. So, again, that was some of the concerns that we had at RDC, and we all know that, this is coming from a previous administration, but again, they're the ones that have to, that we have to support and, work with them on this corrective action plan. And I'm really, grateful that you brought that up, Claudia, about, the recommendations about having a, co-committee, especially on this, especially specifically to this, and they did share with us that, that it is gonna cost about, I believe they got a cost of 15,000, I think. But to do the audit, but they don't have that, in their account, how are we gonna, provide that, going forward. So that's something that we should definitely have a discussion on with the BNF committee there, as well as RDC. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. I think there were also questions on the resolution. If the chapter manager or the chapter manager could also respond to the questions posed about the further remarks.
I was appointed as being the chapter president. And as far as training for the chapter officials, I never have really had any training as far as I know that the other chapter officials that had gone, that were elected during the election process, had gone to training. And then the only one that I sat in on was, I don't think it was really a training. It was with the DOJ. He came out the bird strain, and then he was supposed to talk about the LGA and then the fire management system. The only thing that he told us was about the history. He didn't really go into detail about what's in the the LGA and the responsibility of the chapter president and all that. And then I've just been reading on my own, trying to find out some information about some of my responsibility. And as far as supervising, I know in one of the old fire management system, it was dated, I think it was 2007 or something like that, stated that the chapter president should be the supervisor over the chapter manager. I asked the BOJ about it. The reason that I asked was that being the president, we only get paid for the meetings, the chapter meeting, and then to be a supervisor, you would have to be at the job site almost every day. And when I asked him, he told me that the chapter officials should not don't have the responsibility of supervising the chapter manager or whoever. So, and a lot of those regulations or policy and procedures, what I've read, they have limited information. Just like it was a section that I read, there's a special meeting or emergency meeting. It don't really say if it should be held like a regular chapter meeting where they have like a full quorum, and then whatever they need to discuss. And then when I was talking with the DOJ about some of my questions, and he told me that some of those, whatever in those written in those policies, they said that some of the situations are questionable. He said, if you get a good lawyer and you challenge any of this, what they have in the policy, they're gonna lose or whatever. So that's what some of the questions that I or concerns that I have, since I'm kind of learning on my own. And I know that at one time they had a meeting at Twin Arrows, and they were supposed to have gone over the LGA by management system, and the DOJ was there, and then he did the same. All he did, he just talked about the history, how the LGA started, and then the ethics committee were supposed to have been there too. They didn't show. And there was some other, it was like, I think it was 2 or 3 day session, but I just thought it was kind of like a waste to be there. And then none of the people that are supposed to have presented whatever they're supposed to have talked about didn't show. And I know that the accounting system, I don't know too much about accounting. I just I had just a little bit of the introduction to accounting, but I can't say I know everything. And then since there's a problem and with the systems that the FMS or whatever that is called, to me, I think it's the ones that actually handle the money, like the chapter manager and whoever feels like that the money should be, or the ones that need to be trained for those things. And then for us, the officials, we just need to know a little bit about how the system's supposed to work. And then the fraud. And I guess whoever were involved in the fraud case, they had gone through court, and then they'd have set up a payment system where they paid back. And then they're paying back, and then the chapter shouldn't know the amount that have been paid back, and so they could minus those from the fraud account, or so we know that's going down. So that's the only thing I would like to say is I don't have they never really had any training for my position, just what I've been learning on my own.
Thank you for your response. Shediza and Kenneth Ricardo, did you have any follow-up questions or any further questions for clarification?
As a follow-up, just including that conversation, with RDC or individual delegates who are interested in their, supporting or looking at enhancing local governance, is to look at how we could get, training out for Title 26. Either through like the Net College or Navajo Technical University. So we used to teach classes all the time at the Net College on Navajo government. And so there has to be accountability on both sides. So like for Navajo Nation delegate, what's my role and responsibility? My role and responsibility is what the law tells me. And so I have to know what the law tells me. And our Navajo Nation code says delegates were the legislative branch, so we focus on policy. The Supreme Court has said on policy and appropriation. We don't micromanage into executive functions. And so for me, that's a clear role. And that's why my questions are regarding the money and the policies and procedures that have been that the chapter has asked to manage. So if there's a training need, then there should be a chapter resolution with some training. And then that should be part of your budgeting process. How do you budget out the training that's needed for the chapter to manage your FMS system? And if there's challenges, then that's where you work with your delegate to see if there's opportunity for those training. So that's what we're doing in my district. And it's kind of been a wake-up call because there are delegates that do not support the chapter. There's delegates who are looking at your carryover plan. But I will stand by saying Window Rock doesn't know the needs of your community. They don't know the needs of my community. And that's why after 100 years of this council, we still face the challenges that we face. So this could be an opportunity for the chapter to pivot and to look at how can you empower yourself to request for the training, or to look in using to get the necessary skills that you need to manage your chapter, or consider these certification process so that you get the support that you need from ASC as a non-certified chapter. And if there's training needed through chapter resolution, Western agency resolution, the request for training, then that's something we could consider. We know that chapters were struggling with project management, so this committee allocated $3 million more for these project managers through the IDIQ contract. But see, it costs money, and that's where we have to see where is money available. So we're paying for the audit, we're paying for project managers, and I think if needed, we should look at, do we need to pay for individuals who are trained in the accounting system to give us those checks and balances, where the chapter can still function and give off the resources that they need, but we have to make sure that it's it's a secure, the funding is secure. And, I'm always perplexed on how there's mismanagement because the amount of laws that we have. But this is a telltale sign, someone was able to work the system. And I think that's where we want to say, then how do we support? So if we could do that together, I'm open to that conversation. I'm gonna have 3 of my 7 chapters coming before your committee and this committee. So as delegate, we don't have a role in your internal process. And I think that needs to be clear. If there's gonna be a press release, we have no role in how you issue checks. Only if we're a registered voter can we vote on your budget. But other than that, it's a local function. So I want to thank you, Shiash, for sponsoring the legislation. We've looked at in the past, if this could be an administrative function. But I don't think we're there yet. So we'll start seeing more audits come through. And I think that'll be helpful for all of us to understand how to move forward. And I'm getting a lot of inquiries from individuals who are just interested in the chapter government. So this could be a good chance just to give training to everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Committee members, do we have any other questions on the legislation today? For the record, we have delegate, normally the president, and also the city president. Vice Chair,
This is a question for the Office of Auditor General. What is your confidence in the corrective action being implemented satisfactorily for the board in October 2024?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Slater. I have confidence in this administration. I'm just hoping they stay at the chapter. That's, I guess, the primary, concern right now. That they retain these staff to complete this corrective action plan and keep the chapter moving forward.
thank you, Ms. Tom. Vice Chair,
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response. It's really hard to come into a situation and try and be like somebody else's best. Good luck and power to you. I wanted to ask that, Mr. Mitchell, since you're here, there were a couple of comments about not getting support from the city ASC and then getting some documentation from Delcon. Can you assign staff to assist the auditor in one chapter and work with Delegate Johnson, because it sounds like they're not getting the assistance they need. And then last question on their demo. Anecdotally, what are the biggest contributing factors you think to mismanagement or lack of transparency? It seems like with a lot of these, it's turnover in staff, lack of resources out all over. You just keep on having one moment and then have it move on. Sure. Thank you.
thank you, Vice Chair. Let's begin with the Auditor General first, and then we'll go over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Slater. As regards to, mismanagement of funds at the chapter, I believe it would be the training, especially with new staff coming in, but then you have staff that have been there for many years that tend to say, oh, I didn't know there was policies. I think it's going back to ASC, maybe possibly doing refreshers on these by management system and the LGA laws as well of the roles and responsibilities. And then coming from the top, I guess you would call as auditor's term, meaning from DCDC, bringing it down to ASC that, you know, there's laws, policies out there.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. And committee members, we also have Roger Begay on the call too. If anybody has questions for Mr. Begay, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, you are recognized to respond to Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Good afternoon. Today.
Oh, yeah, good morning.
Morning.
ceiling time. For the record, Arthur Mitchell's regional community development director. Come on, it's in the discussion that we have here. Corrective action plan for city play. And just listening to some of the comments. Though this would tie into Sway's question. The ASC, there's 8 ASC departments out there. So Tuba City falls under Twin City in that area. So what I heard and moving forward is not to get any of these chapters into sanction. Thursday, I sent out, Mr. Rico sent out an email. This is regarding chapter budgeting. So it was emailed to all the Navigation Council on where their check is in the process. And one of the things that I have in here is there's 23 chapters that are on cap. 7 chapters are in sanction. Now, my role as a director is to work with the ASC. Though not working with the 23 chapters to get out of cap. And like the example here is that they, according to their timeline, they should be back to Auditor General 6 months from now. And to look at it, and to look where they're at in this cap. Although a year from now, coming back to this committee, to the RDC and all that, to get out of cap. 7 sanction, the same way. And how do we get them out of sanction? So there'll be one thing that is on our priorities. I sent that to RDC. I said one of the priority is working, providing that necessary training and TA. That is the function of ASC. That is the function of the Nation government as a whole, is providing that technical assistance training. So what I heard this morning now is that they're lacking some training in certain areas, especially the MIP. The MIP is sort of a specialty equipment, and there's a comment made that the owners are retiring, going out of business. So I am aware, I've seen folks out there that are expert in MIP, To me, as a person that went through the MIP process a number of years ago, it's a good machine. It's a good machine, it ties into Auditor General's office. They can probably run any chapter budget, that's still the case. And we're supposed to tie into the FMIS system too, navigation system over here. So the navigation government can view the chapter budgeting and everything. Of course, DCD has the chapter budgeting, the WIN system, where it's transparent of the chapter carryovers, the current budgets and all that. So that was put in place, so a lot of these were avoided. So the MIT is one thing that the staff needs to be trained real good, because that's their way of monitoring, the budget, getting the checks necessary to be processed. And we need to have this check and balance at the chapter. I know that it's hard, you only have two staff, and then chapter official sometimes not available, so checks and balance really needs to be working on at the chapter level. The other one is going forward, the quick thing that we can implement, which I told RDC is the monthly monitoring report. And the budget instruction manual that Budget and Finance Committee approved with the FY24 budget. In that section, it has chapter budgeting. And it has a monitoring tool in there where the chapter official and the staff. Maybe before a planning meeting needs to go through that document, or even at a planning meeting, I stated this to. RDC, I said, we need to change the method of planning meetings. Seems like all we do is hear reports and that's it. At a planning meeting, maybe one of the items that we need to change is the monitoring report. In front of the community, I'll go down each list as it's been determined, as it's been done. That's one thing that, we need to, probably, put in place right away to avoid this. I heard an internal audit, a certified chapter, it's. I helped, Quinnipiac is a while back to get, an internal audit, so, that's one of the things that, we also have on the to-do list. There's 45 chapters, and every 2 years, there's supposed to have their internal, audit. And how do we group a chapter to save on costs, is probably what we can probably also, address. The other one is updating your FMS. I don't think any chapter, since they were certified, I don't think any of the chapters have their FMS updated. So if they're doing something other than what's in place right now, it'll draw a red flag from the auditor general or any auditor saying that you're not following your process because it's not updated. Although the other one is as a certified chapter that we need to work on personnel. Some chapters get the personnel money. The fringe benefit goes along with it. So, it's, OMB treats certified chapter as an external program. For an example is the 4% increase of TWA. OMB's interpretation is that, they're external. And they fund they're 4%. The other one is supervision. Non-certified, certified chapter, the supervision really needs to be implemented at the chapter level. Then also amend the LGA, Title 26. I think that's where it states that, who does what that's just, and a lot of pointing finger at that level. Also the AFOG, alternative form of government. Maybe in there, it covers the supervision or certified chapter, some chapter has a different method of governance. So who is really the supervisor? It should be probably that through that AFOG. The other one, which probably is not in the FMS, which should be in the FMS's project management. Seems like chapter, all they do is manage project, like that's how do we include that into the system. So there's a lot of things that was noted on here, the accounting system. Also, at one of the agency council, I stated that I need to have a roundtable discussion, a survey sent out. There's certain chapters saying that these are some of the issues and going forward, relook at it and changes that needs to be made, for FY 2024 budgets. Although, you are right. That, a lot of these chapters it's a local function. It's a local function, how do we help these chapters to be more accountable, probably through training. And probably would. I know that I wasn't at PCP for a number of years, but I saw trainings that were happening. So those are some things that are out there now, and the MIP now. Really good to the MIP, and because there's always a backup issue. The agreement that we have with Auditor General is that Auditor General will be doing the backup to these systems because we don't want anybody to alter the accounting And it was a daily backup system, or I don't remember how that was structured. So with that, hopefully I answered some of the questions, comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Committee members, if you have any other questions on the legislation? Call for questions? Call. Hearing none, myself and Andrew, roll call vote.
I guess how I'm heard. The legislation. I'm calling it a game, you vote. Okay, Arnold, I'm gonna go with green, Mark, how do you vote? Okay, Arnold, after it was green, Arnold, I'm looking at my party, how do you vote? Father, I vote green, thank you. Thank you, Taylor, Arnold, I'm looking at my party, votes green. Arnold, Satyam, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you, Satyam, votes green, and what would you, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Although Barcelona votes green, Madam Chair, we have 5 members voting, in favor, they're opposing, Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Awesome. Thank you, committee members, for taking out the legislation. The legislation 0247.
We have a chapter that received money for housing. To build housing in Hudson. Within the last 10 years.
No, I don't think that's.
But you're good at pretty, right?
Okay. Oh, that's the one.
Well, I was, sorry, I was just looking at what you requested for your archive. So that you could have also requested computers to upgrade your system.
At the time when we were working with Delegate Thomas Walker, he stated, and what we were told at that time, we were given a 2-week time frame to work on this. We were told it was strictly COVID related. So now when we look at other people's ARPA projects, there's vehicles on there, there's heavy equipment, there's computers and other stuff that are on there. These are stuff that we were told that we couldn't do at the time
It's up to you, but if you check with the office and see if there could be a possible
to
modification.
change it.
Okay. Because we went out there, now I remember first things that we helped support get your new school.
Yeah. Look at them. Yeah.
I remember.
Because the former delegate before, contractors.
Walter Phelps.
Yeah.
So we put the appropriation committee out there. Yeah, so right here, the Joan was there and all. I don't know if that's their elder or not. Okay, thank you. Good luck. You know, it's a lot of work, so. Say organize with other certified. Work together and. Additional funding is needed.
Yeah. But the finance committee, trying to get allow this to pass.
Okay, thank you, everyone, thank you again to, Steve for coming out, Going to move on to the report, which is update on the Navajo Veterans Administration, regarding the project. We all have in here.
I don't recognize you.
Yeah, I didn't want to-
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think she wanted these to give them to the school. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
I'll give it back to you then. Thank you, Dalton, for being here for the finance meeting. We will begin with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, honorable delegates, for allowing me to be here to provide my presentation for the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program. Shaya Bobby and Baldwin, that's the name of the country in short for on a bus team, the company that's Shaya, she and that's another.
Actually, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Baldwin has a very low voice today, so we need to keep it down in the back and closing the report. Thank you. Ms. Baldwin?
Thank you, Chair. The presentation for the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program is as follows. The first one I'll be going over is the ARPA funding, which is account K211546. And that's the summary here. The Navajo Nation Veterans Navajo Nation Veterans Administration was allocated $50 million from the American Rescue Plan Act. Navajo Nation Veterans Administration has one contract in place with Southwest Indian Foundation for the amount of $4.6 million. With this contract, Southwest Indian Foundation is contracted to construct 20 homes throughout Navajo Nation. These homes are the modular style, 6 of which will be 1-bedroom homes, 14 will be 3-bedroom homes. The duration of this contract is 24 months. The average cost of these homes is ranging from $170,000 to $230,000. Each home is a turnkey style home, complete with appliances, running water, and electricity. Please keep in mind, these homes we offer are for veterans who are in dire need of homes, essentially for the homeless. With the partnership and help from the Financial Recovery Fund team led by Mr. Platero, we have also initiated the request for qualifications for all contractors on the priority 1 and priority 2 list of the business regulatory. The request for qualifications will end on November 28, 2023. The request for qualifications will allow for a number of contractors to assist in our projects to build homes all across Navajo Nation. It is our hope to have at least 10 contractors, if not more, to ensure all home construction needs are met for the current housing list of 165. Our projection is we will be able to meet the needs of about 80 veterans with our remaining balance of $45.4 million. Excuse me. All funds will be encumbered to the respective contractors by May 2024, and we do anticipate utilizing all funding allocated to the Veterans Administration. Additionally, the Veterans Administration will have a need for additional funding to meet the needs of the entire list of veterans. Attached, you will see a list. This is our current list that we have for individuals who have applied for veteran housing, and these are for new construction. This list contains 165 applicants from all across Navajo. This list does have a little bit of wiggle room, and I say that because Western Agency currently is doing their home assessments, which hasn't been done yet entirely. There is a number of, I think, 3 Western Agency people listed on here. They've been without a housing specialist for quite some time, so we are
making sure that our housing specialists are making their way out that way to do these housing assessments and to interview the veterans who have applied for housing. Next on the presentation is the veterans housing programs. This is for the in account. There's a typo on there. I'm sorry. On that last page, this should be the trust funds, not ARPA funding. The Navajo Veterans Administration currently has 26.5 million in the Veterans Trust Fund housing account. This is the in account 01504. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration has one contract in place with the Sparrow Group for the amount of $17.2 million. This contract with the Sparrow Group is contracted to provide turnkey construction of new homes, renovations, repairs, and addition to existing veteran homes. The average cost of these homes ranges from $210,000 to $300,000. Each home is a turnkey style home complete with appliances, running water, and electricity. The homes we offer to the veterans, again, are those in dire need of homes, essentially for the homeless individuals. Currently, the Sparrow Group has built 8 completed homes for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration and approximately 15 renovations. Our work with the Sparrow Group is ongoing to meet the major renovation needs to many veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers. Our projection is we will be able to meet the needs of about an additional 20 veterans for new construction of homes and about 25 veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers for renovations. Just some other information that you may need, that you may be interested in is with the Southwest Indian Foundation, a 1-bedroom is 768 square feet. And then that's costing about $122,800. For the 2-bedroom, it's $141,039. For the 3-bedroom, it's 1,136 square feet at $169,285. In retrospect, with the Sparrow Group, their 2-bedroom home is averaging a cost of $299,995.80. And the 3-bedroom from the Sparrow Group is costing $338,176.85. This concludes my report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bobby Baldwin. Committee members, do we have a motion, please? We just have any questions? Do you have a second? Delegate Norman DeGay, second motion. Committee members, do you have any questions? Delegate Osmer.
Yes, thank you for the report. All I want to know is, these people that are in my area with the community available, like, you are they all?
They're all controversial.
Which is why. And then one other question on there is that we had a white rooms never paid because of flag. What can we then have? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Azarette. With regards to the names for your listing, for your region and your area, those names are confidential, but you're welcome to have the veteran come in, and perhaps if you want to come in with the veteran, we can all sit down and we can share the information for them. With regards to the one veteran you were referencing, that particular veteran is waiting on a home site lease. And that's still the dilemma for him. So as soon as the home site lease is finalized, then we can begin. So if you take a look at this listing that's been provided, you'll see that the main documents requested is what we go by. And that's what determines if a application or an applicant is ready for a bill. So this particular one says DD 214, Certificate of Indian Blood, home site lease, and then we do a rating and indicate the bedroom size. So that's the manner in which we determine who's ready for a home.
Not gonna kidding.
Your bedroom side there. It doesn't say no more, just one each. These bedroom, these just one each delegate, that I have a question, is like, I don't see this, like, for example. On 95 Elm has a 3 bedroom, I guess, and it's like, the only 8 was that renting.
Delegate Gay, I'll turn the time back over to, Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. With regards to the bedroom side, that's based on the family composition for the applicant. So we want to make sure that the family fits into their homes adequately. So if it's a veteran and his spouse or her spouse and their children or a child, that's where the family composition comes into play. The ranking is based on the point system that they are allotted within their application.
There's just one. That's 95 LM, just 1 bedroom, 1 home with 3 bedroom, that's it. Right, now.
No, sir, there should be, there should be some other homes for Eastern. I'll have to do a query to double check and then I can get back to you, sir. But it looks like that's the only one for Alamo.
Yeah.
I know there was another one that was on the list, however. Yes, there was another one for Alamo that was listed, but that individual is currently renting a home. So that
That's
person,
only pertaining to 1 1 house, 3 bedroom. Like it, per line.
You, to the bond consultant, we have any further questions?
Madam Chair, yes, I still have another question. My question probably is that, if a veteran, passes, and they're already approved for the stop project of it and down.
that particular issue has been brought up and it's a case by case basis. Again, it's determining where the need is. I understand what you're saying, but that is real, case by case basis. In some instances, we've had offered that. However, the surviving spouse has chosen to move to the valley or the metropolitan with their children. So again, it is case by case basis.
Thank you. Director Baldwin, so you do have the cost comparison, the SWIFT and the Shira. How are you internally assessing quality, duration, construction, work with the contractors to build the contracts? And do you anticipate that they will both apply for the second RFQ that one due on the 28th, or as one of those entities max out their capacity? And then for the second RFQ, do you anticipate any capacity issues with contractors on that, or considering all the other funding that's going into housing right now? And lastly, you know, I know the names aren't on here, but I have been in contact with community agency veterans organizations, and there were names on the list that they were provided months and months ago, people who were deceased. So I'm just confirming all these have been reviewed and verified. Sure, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I want to remind the audience that Ms. Baldwin kind of has a voice today, and so just for the response to the questions, the committee wanted to make that announcement. Ms. Baldwin, the question that Vice Chair Slater, the pleasure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Slater, for those questions. with the internal assessing of the quality of the workmanship or the construction bills that are being maintained or being constructed. We are going out and doing site visits as the phases are being completed with our housing specialists, along with the project managers. If I may refer to Mr. Cotero for his expertise on this area, because with the FRF office, they have assigned us a project manager who is able to assist us in these particular bills. And then, with the question if the applicants will apply for both, meaning Southwest Indian Foundation and the Sparrow Group for the RFQ that's currently open. It is my understanding that anyone who meets the qualification will be able to apply for this RFQ that's currently open and will close on the 28th. And then if there will be any anticipated contracting issues, I can always say that we always anticipate contracting issues. But to the best of our abilities and following the RFQ and with the ARPA guidelines and the CFR, I'm sure that we'll be able to remedy those rather quickly. Mr. Pepero?
Leader Baldwin, recognize Mr. Thomas.
Then talks about her. I apologize, manager.
For Sarah, we need to announce that it's Baldwin. The comments in the back. Quiet. Okay, so Ms. Baldwin, are the questions by Vice Chair about the capacity and the contracts. Vice Chair, do you want to restate your questions? Okay. So, I guess this
What we're doing is we have three separate RFPs that are going out. One is for project management of the housing, and one is for the construction of it. And we made it to where if you're applying for one site, you can't apply for the other. There has to be a separation between the duties of administering this program. So what we have worked up to this far is there's 20 houses in process with Southwest Indian Foundation, another 80 that is anticipated to be awarded to them. In conjunction with the housing project, yeah, you gotta remember the money that came us out for the housing manufacturing. 60 million of that has been awarded to Southwest Indian Foundation. Right now, Southwest Indian Foundation can generate about 5 homes a year. After the implementation of the 6 million, they'll be able to generate between 20 to 40 houses a year. So that capacity will stay long beyond the ARPA funding that's available for them. So that's how we're setting it up. Originally, we were gonna combine this housing RFQ with the veterans housing and the Hopi land project. Ms. Sarah Slim, who's now the director for Navajo Hopi Land Reclamation, opted to run her project herself separately. So that's why we're working together with her side of it, making sure that all of those will set up in there. There really is we could bring Southwest Indian Foundation to play the process with you guys, but there's a lot of quality control that goes into it, and that was why we like working with them. As far as the contracting portion of it, I don't see an issue. Mostly what we're running into is legal's interpretation is you're monitoring, you're not project implementative. So most of these have to be, whomever is designated as the administrative oversight has to take the lead on it. It's kind of like the subrecipients for the chapters. You know, they could be a certified chapters, but legal created a process where the chapters can say, we don't want to take this project, you still administer it for us. So that is within the authority of the administrative oversight. So that's the difficulty in all of this. Just like we're trying to get those two in together. The administrative oversight for the Hopi Land Commission office is the Hopi Land Commission office. So they opted not to go with this process and create their own in there. So it's going back and forth, trying to understand where do you want to do this. But while all that's going on, the time is still ticking as far as, encumbrances. I'm very confident with, Ms. Baldwin's project that all of hers will be encumbered by June of next year. So that her entire, ARPA money will be completed with that process. So it's just how you work with people, how you get things done. I'm sure Mr., I don't wanna take Mr. Ahasteen's presentation, but there are new developments in the ARPA rules that are coming up that need to be shared with you, so you'll understand the context of it all. I don't care.
Committee members, we have more questions on the report today.
Delegate Cardi.
Chair Delegate Member Smith Cardi.
Oh, yeah, thank you. In light of your voice, I just want to make sure, so the ARPA funding is the one that I'm really focusing in on because of the timeline. And so in your report, you have identified Southwest in the Indian Foundation, so they're based out of Gallup. And in the past, they had challenges by only providing homes within 50 miles of perimeter. With this funding, is that going to be an issue? But if you're expecting them to be able to construct, let's see, 20 homes, that's the 4.5 million. What I'm missing from here is what are the other contractors and how you're fully expending your $50 million. So I don't see that here, or your 45.4 million. You can do that by another summary and find that. But I need to know if Swift is going to construct the homes that are in Northern Agency. So that's always been our challenge, right? At Springs, that's their 50 mile mark. And so what, give me an idea, and actually that's why I didn't like how this legislation was developed for ARPA, because, you know, you have other contractors who are trying to be identified in there, and I don't think there was equity. Because the former administration was having challenges with northern veterans, and so I don't really see anything built up in the plan. So I'd like to know how that can be built up under this administration, under your office. To provide that report. I don't need individual names. I refer them to Amanda in your office. So that would be beneficial that we have that idea. The second thing that I just want to make sure that you could give us an update when their checks will be sent out. Last week we were informed you were focused on getting them out by Thanksgiving. Yesterday, one of our reports, still getting inquiries from veterans on limited. So, if you have any information or email that information, I can share it with chapters and share it with the public.
Yes. As of November 16th, there were 791 additional checks mailed out or printed out and mailed out for the veterans. That's an expense account amount of $771,576. So that is an ongoing effort on a daily, and we are making sure that we are up to date on our check processing now. And one of the hindrances that had influenced this particular delay was the fact that the amount of the funding that was allocated had changed after the initial funding was set. So we had to go back and educate, which did cause some confusion amongst the veterans. Additionally, there was that additional addressing of the 43,000 for the agencies as well. So that did take some more communication and some more education on behalf of these chapter veterans organizations. And then finally, our final step was also the budget revision request that had to be completed before we started spending, so we do not overexpend, which was the instance of last fiscal year. So those are the updates for the particular Veterans Trust Fund Assistance checks. And I will give you the summary with the other contractors regarding the equity on how the funding will be dispersed all throughout the nation.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Delegate.
You've got 165 applicants here that on this black and white sheet, right? So our bus, promised 1,500, I think, was 1,500, right? Stuff like that number. 1,000? Well, right now, you only have 165, right? Applicants, there are two there now, or need to be more?
With the way the education is going on about the housing program, there are daily applicants who are coming in. And there are some who are still waiting on their home site to be finalized. And once those home sites are finalized, then they come in and they apply and complete their package. So this list can grow. And we're hoping that we're able to meet all the needs of the individuals. But then again, if you look at the summary, it is for the homeless. So that's where our focus is to protect our relatives who are in dire need.
Good questions. That will give, where are they at? Are they still on the SD or? What branch are they on this?
They are
Here, they're still on the SD.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Colin, do you have any other comments?
Not at this month, sure.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paul, for being before the budget finance committee today. Going off Madam Chair Crowley's first question, I don't think there was an answer regarding the 50-mile radius regarding the Southwest Foundation. So are these 20 homes with only 50 miles from Gallup? Out of the first 4.6 million, that's my first question. Was thank you, Madam Chair Crowley, for asking that question. That's just my first question.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The 50-mile radius is not applicable for this particular funding because they did lift their 50-mile radius limitations and they are willing to work all throughout Eastern, Northern, and 45th Agency if need be. If the need is very crucial to a homeless veteran in Western or Central Agency, their services will be asked to be provided out in those agencies as well.
A follow-up question, going back, let's start on this first one. There's $4.6 million right here. Maybe you can help us say. There's a contract that's in place with Southwest India Foundation. That Southwest India Foundation contract, does that include one? Was there already a preliminary assessment for each one of those individual homes prior to going into contract? Or is Southwest India Foundation in their contract issued to do the assessment specifically for like clearances, floodplain, visibility, water, electric, to see if there's septic is sustainable or whatever? You might be building a home top of a rock that's going to cost us $1 million just for one home. So my question back is, was that assessment already completed prior, or is that assessment in the contract?
Is it clear?
I don't know, whoever might answer that question.
Madam Chair, Speaker Damon. There are actually two assessments in this process.
Okay.
The first assessment is the eligibility determination process. Then Southwest Indian Foundation in-house does all their reviews as well to make sure all of those things are lined up. And the water might not go to all houses, but they are incorporating in the cistern system where they're able to do those ones. So rather than depriving the veteran of a home, waiting for the water, they're going with the cistern option on certain homes that are available. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Speaker Davis?
You going back to your the first assessment, then how many individuals were taken off of that initial listing that were not determined eligible?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Damon. The individuals who were not determined eligible were not necessarily due to their proximity to utilities or infrastructure access, but more so the documentation needed in their file, hence the home site lease. So that was a number of individuals, I'd say most likely about, I want to say 600 to 700, only because they're still waiting for the home site lease.
Okay. So, Ms. Otero, on the second question, just so you're on that. This is a follow-up. Thank you for your response. And Ms. Otero, My second question, going back to your assessment, when you're talking about the second assessment that's being completed. Is there I guess, a capability within the contract for these homes to be above 230,000, or is that a threshold that you're requiring Southwest India Foundation to meet each one of these homes to meet the requirement, which is in bullet point 3, which is to include not only the home, appliances, running water, electricity, due to the fact that it's putting in here running water and electricity. If there's no running water, the cistern system, is that the max that you're in the contract that Southwest India Foundation can allow for one home? That's my question, maybe Ms. Baldwin.
Madam Chair, Speaker, the way the contract is set up is we did plan for costs that are outside of the negotiated ones. So Southwest is actually set up with a contingency fund to adjust for those costs already. You will call back from the CJY 4121, there was a contingency language in there. They're one of the first contractors to actually implement that portion of it. So they are planning for those costs that might go beyond it to supply all of those ones. And our instructions were not so much on the dollar amount, but the square footage for those. And our instruction from Mr. President was that we keep these houses under $200 a square foot for the size of it. And so far, Southwest Indian Foundation is able to meet all of those requirements.
Okay. My follow-up question to that is that you indicated on the new projects that you're going for. I'm talking about the new 165. So is the 165 in total with the 20, or is it all together 185?
It is inclusive. It's including the 20.
Okay, so it's 165.
Oh.
Okay, so my question back to the first contract for $4.6 million. You indicated that there was the individuals, I guess, in the 10 contractors that you're trying to get out there for the RFQs, you're gonna have them do 1 or 2 things. One of them is an RFQ specifically for planning and design, I guess, and getting the clearances, making sure the eligible termination, getting all that together. The second one is for construction. But that doesn't apply to the $4.6 million for Southwest India Foundation, because that's all in one thing, one shot, and then.
The way I understand it is all of those as a part of the review process when they're first getting them qualified. They say this is the checklist for all of it. They say everything is ready to go. Then Southwest Indian Foundation in their quality control check reviews all of those ones again a second time. So that's what I mean by there's a 2-tier review process. Veterans does their review process, then Southwest Indian Foundation, as part of their process, all goes back through and re-verifies all of that information as well. So there isn't an added cost into it. They have a young lady in there that takes care of all of that process, and they want to make sure that we do it correctly as well.
The young lady here on our side or on Southwest Indian Foundation?
Southwest Indian Foundation.
Okay, follow-up question. So on the $4.6 million, who is the project manager on Navajo's side?
At this point, it's jointly between FRF and South Veterans Administration. We don't have a designated. We have a contract sitting over at the President's office now with the Navajo contractor to help with that. If it gets to a point where we need additional help, and we are going to reach that point very quickly when all of these projects begin. So in anticipation of that, we're trying to do another contract that will allow an outside contractor to assist with those kind of activities.
Okay, so right now there's no points person. There's no specific project manager right now for the $4.6 million is what you're saying. Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, right now we have Matt, big course, principal civil engineer that is overlooking the activity release. He will also be the one overlooking the contractor, Eagle Flight, I believe, that was, Sawmill, that will be assisting him with all of those activities. One of the things we felt very strongly about was we wanted to prioritize the projects with the veterans. So that's why we are actively partnering up with this to make sure that those are one of the first projects to go out as far as housing is being done. So we are making every effort to be as collaborative as possible, but not delay the project. I think part of the issue has been, we've just been talking about these projects rather than doing them. And I think, the very first few we may not get correctly, but at least we're actually getting it in contract and moving those projects. That has been one of the difficulties with the project so far, is everybody is discussing, these are the issues and stuff like that, rather than getting them into contract, which buys us more time in 2026. So that is the approach that we took with the veterans housing. We want to make sure that that was completed.
So Max Big Horse is the one that's working on that on your side, in that FRF office. How about you, Ms. Baldwin? Who's the fourth person that's doing at least this Southwest India Foundation contract?
With our Veterans Administration, that would be myself.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, we also, through our work together, have added 2 staff underneath veterans specifically for the housing portion of it. There'll be a contract compliance officer and account maintenance specialist to make sure they pay all of their stuff on time. But part of it is making sure that the vendors get paid. We've seen that adjustment at FRF as well. We weren't paying our bills in a timely manner, so we had to make a shift in personnel to say, your job is just to make sure that we pay our bills on time. So we did work collaboratively with it. One, I believe, already got a referral, and one is on advertisement right now, so there'll be a significant support for the veterans, specifically for the housing projects.
Thank you, Mr. Terra. Now moving on to the next portion of your report regarding the future RFQ for the additional $45 million. You've indicated that you've asked for RFQs, and I think this RFQ is the first portion of the RFQ. I think it's a 2-part. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I mean by that is on November 28th, you're asking for RFQ, possibly up to 10 vendors to come in and get them on board to, 1, complete the assessment, determine the eligibility, and then doing the planning design. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the assessment portion of it is underneath their rules and the oversight that they have with the Veterans Advisory Committee. They're the ones that approve that this is how we're going to filter them through that process. There's that assessment. Then the assessment of the feasibility of that project is the construction. So there's 2 different assessments that are being done. So in order to, they initiate it. It's kind of like the eligibility determination for our funding. But the AEF, when you get into the contract, well, that's where the construction part of it comes in. And that's where the way the RFQ process is working right now is we're going to say all of you guys apply for the RFQ, but we determined that only 5 of these are available. In the area, we don't have the capacity, don't have all of this stuff. So what happens then is out of those 5 that are established, then we say, here's the list. Then they all bid on it. Because each of those, there's a section underneath the procurement process through business regulatory.
To your knowledge, do you know if the RFQ for that portion of the assessment includes planning, design, and construction, or is it just
All of them. It's like I'm getting a complete home at the end. That's the goal.
that's a question?
I apologize. Yes, there will be a home at the end of it when the contracts get it done.
Okay. Now you explain this to me then. So this listing right here, 165 names. This listing you have all, from what Tom said, Mr. Taylor indicated, you have already completed the complete eligibility determination on this and you complete the assessment on each one of these only, and you determine that each one of these are acceptable. That's what I'm hearing, that they're good to go no matter what.
That is correct, with the exception of doing the in-person interview for a second time with the applicant, they are good to go. That's why they have that's why they have all the check marks in place, and that's why they're on this list. We do have a separate list of those who are lacking certain elements to their application, such as the home site lease, the entire home site lease. We do have a listing going for that, but this is, everyone on this list as of today is good to go.
So each one of these had a floodplain study attached to it and it's done and completed.
They have the home site lease, not a floodplain study.
Okay, so that's what I mean, so would we still, I guess that opens my next question. Let's say, individual, I'll take my own chapter, what is it, number 59. There's an individual on 59 and it's within a floodplain area, are you still gonna build that home for 59?
What we will do, if I may, Madam Chair, what we will do is we will try our best to assist the veteran to either get a new location of an available home site lease area that's already been cleared, or we will put them further down on the list to ensure that they still have an opportunity. Another way is that the Southwest Indian Foundation, they have taken these into consideration, hence the design of their homes. So they may be a special build for Southwest Indian Foundation. So we do have contingency plans for said situations.
Okay. My follow-up question is this, so that's the question, are these feasible? Has there been an feasible assessment? And you said yes, but in reality, the answer is no then, because you just now said that if 59 is not eligible and they live in a floodplain, they're basically gonna get removed from the list and put down and say, okay, let's put somebody back else up on top there because we need to spend this money within the deadline timeframe. So I guess my follow-up question is, one is who is the contractor when to assess them?
Trying to get these projects, that there has to be coordination between our two units to get it done. I appreciate the way you're discussing and that we will make that adjustment, sir. To make sure that we get all of those, a second assessment done as far as feasibility of the location of the home, incorporating all of the regulations that are in place, sir.
And I'm not just talking about just floodplains, the other big thing that's out there right now is an endangered species. There's all those red areas across the Navajo Nation, how many of these were actually given a home site lease, you know? Or that they don't have anything on them, but then now they're coming back and Fish and Wildlife are saying, you know what? We issued these home site leases back in the late 90s, 2000s. And some of these home site leases are, even if there's residential leases, and ask for updates, especially like if it's not too sure what now NTUA is doing, but I know what Eastern Agency is doing. I don't know why they're saying you have an updated Fish and Wildlife letter. So I don't know how old some of these residential leases are. And then if we're trying to follow up and get these residential leases or home site leases, then we gotta file a CADX form. And then if we go down to CADX, how long is that gonna take Navajo Land Department? How long is it gonna take Fish and Wildlife to sign off on each one? For that, those are just two scenarios. That's why I'm trying to follow up and say, okay, we do have these 165 names, but how, and you've already sat down with these, a majority of these, correct?
Correct.
So, well, what happens if you determine some of these families are not eligible? Then there's following, then they come back to you, then they say, you already told us we had a home. Then they're going to Delegate Norman Begay, yelling at him, telling him to get upset with you, to say, you know, they already told us we have a home. It's all Tom Cadero's fault. Should have put in the contract. Let's all blame him since he's a red chili lover today. You know, we're green chili. At the end of the, oh, actually, we are red chili at the end of Christmas, huh? Yeah, good one, Tom. But
Go back to 87 and 89.
so,
That's
but
how far this goes.
I'm just trying to follow up with that specifically. And I just want, I don't want us to come back and say, you know what, we've already talked to these families, but actually you're not getting a home. That's what I'm worried about. And I don't know if that's in the contract, but that's my first thought. So one, the individual, so there's the two-part process, I guess, is coming back. The first part process you're saying is that there's not gonna be we've already done the early determination on this. So the only RFQ that's coming back on the 28th is for construction. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question.
Mr. Rivera?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker. The second RFQ will cover what you're asking for the actual project management. We purposely put out two separate ones, anticipating that this might come up. So that's where, like I said, you know, we're trying to help veterans. And we understand the complexity of what you're asking, and it is a good discussion to have. And so we are anticipating for that. So what we have to do is, once that's done, then we have to go back to the DOJ to get confirmation that that's an eligible expense. So that's where we're trying to get ahead of it and use this as a model to replicate for all of the other projects. Because in all honesty, the other projects that are running also don't have project managers for those in there, and that's where it needs to be consistently applied.
So, okay, my follow-up question is, say, so one is the contract, the other one is going back to, we're gonna follow up on that. Is you're actually having, what you just now referred to, is an RFQ specifically to bring on a team, like in that, like similar to something like an IDIQ contract agency. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, correct, sir.
Okay,
So there's gonna be there are two RFQs out there to do exactly what you're asking.
my question back to you is that, I think you said that RFQ, the one that we were gonna ask for a veterans home, specifically IDIQ Avenue team to come on board. I think you said that document is still sitting on the president's desk.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, that is a backup plan, sir. We're already preparing for contingencies on a contingency. We're trying to come up with a process where we have a plan A and a plan B. If plan A, where we want to charge out the cost to it, as not agreed to by DOJ, and said you have to go back to council to do it. We already have a contract for plan B ready.
Okay, so follow then. Okay. Two things from you, Tom. First, you said that you're going to do it, then you said it's plan B and it's still on the president's desk. So are you going to ask the president to push that? Sign that? Sign that document so we can get the team on board?
Sure.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker. There's one that's already been RFQ'd out, that's waiting there, that's for all projects. That we're trying to bring in a contractor that will review things out there. That was already done. We have a second one that's specific to housing that we're trying to put out there. But the question is gonna be, is that going to be an allowable cost which is gonna be determined by DOJ. If they say no, we have that first contract in place that will do it. Because we have to get, so we have to make sure that the construction of these are technically sound, and from an engineering perspective, all the things that are applied to. So that's what we're doing, sir.
So you have two RFQs on the president's desk.
One is on the president's desk, ready for a contract to be signed. Another is going through the RFQ process specifically for project management for housing survey.
All right. I don't know why DOJ would say it's not eligible. That's one, I don't know why, I mean, if we're gonna exit, this is the administrative cost. So, okay, I guess my last question is, before we beat this to the ground, my last question is, who, if you do issue the RFQ specifically for veteran housing, what line item count is that gonna be funded from?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, that's where the eligibility determination question comes in. It's a lot of it, we've turned it into an art form of making it very more complicated than it needs to be. And a lot of it has to do with the rules that we have to play with. And I guess I'm playing with a bad term to use, a rule that we have to the rules that we have to abide by. A lot of the questions when we want to change things because of BFS 3121 have to go back for eligibility determination. What's come out of this now, sir, is that what we started with originally, when I started on November 1st, 2021 with the ARPA, that is not the same ARPA that it is November 21, 2023. The processes have just stacked onto each other multiple times over. What we're able to get through at the beginning, we aren't able to get through now. We've added in additional steps to all of these things, and that's where I said the eligibility determination process. How DOJ was interpreting the eligibility process back in November 2021 is much more elevated in November 2023. So those are the processes that we have to work with.
Well, my last question is on either the $4.6 million or the $45.4 million revolver. Is there any matching funds that you're utilizing for any of these homes? And I'm talking about matching funds that are either from other ARPA dollars, whether that be from delegate region ARPA funds, or whether that be from the Veterans Trust Fund, which you explained on the second page, or that be the matching funds from IHS on bathroom additions, or any USDA funds, or any dollars that are matching from funds that NHA got on ARPA. That's my question.
Ms. Baldwin,
This moment, Speaker, no.
committee members, do we have more questions on the report?
Maybe Ms. Baldwin, one of the things that we did with asking if we could do. I know Tom, I know I've seen one of those public flow cards. Specifically say, you know, we got a listing together, that's one block. Arrow pointing to say that we got clearance, and clearance says everything going through assessments, eligibility determination. The next is planning and design, and the next is construction. So we can explain to veterans that, you know, we are actually at this stage, right? And it would be helpful to explain that because that's something that is asked of my colleagues about what's going on with the Veterans Housing Funds. And it would be really good to have something that would be visual to help explain that methodology in order for us to go ahead and help assist whether you need more funding, whether you need us to make sure that you get an IDIQ contract in place to help assist And I would really like to see DOJ come back and say that's not eligible. I mean, I really wanna know what, where they would find that not eligible. Because at the end of the day, I'm worried myself. Well, then, I'm worried that you don't have enough team members. I'm worried that we're having a hard time on the second page to expend these dollars that's currently under the Veterans Administration Housing Program. We're having a hard time to expend those dollars. So in this shorter time frame, in order for us to draw down these funds, if there's any persistence to try to ask for assistance, whether that be us to push forward to making sure that you get an IDIQ contract on hand to draw down these funds, a project management group to help assist your programs. I think that's the responsibility that we have as leadership in order to make sure that Tom can get the best possible ability for whatever he needs and support to execute these contracts, because this is only one. This is one contract that one line item within the ARPA funds that we're talking about today, broadband. I mean, we haven't even got back on that. Chico Charlie apparently said he's gonna toss in the towel on $20 million and give that back. So we haven't even got down the road to get a contract with power line dollars, with bathroom addition dollars. We're not even in contract mode yet to get those, and we still haven't done the complete assessment. So that's why I'm trying to get to see how we have a ticking time clock on that ARPA, 7 months and some odd days to get this into contract. I'm worried that the time frame that we have in order to get this listing in place, get this contract in place specifically, only for the team to bring on to help assist you, but actually to get a contract in place for construction. Now, if that's something that needs to be changed, I don't know if that's something that we would look to guide on specific project managers who would help assist you through the process. So I'm just trying to better understand what we need to do to help assist you, because at the end of the day, if you don't get this done, we don't all get this done. Or it's all our fault. It's not just, it's my fault. It's my fault because we did not build out these homes. And I'm just trying to make sure that whatever you have, whatever you need, that you can ask for it without trying to think that you can't ask for it. Whatever kind of support mechanism that your team needs in place, you can ask of us to really help push the process through, to change something. If there's a policy that needs to be amended, we can change that. We have to get it done, but we just need to know what we need to do to make your job easier so you can get these, so you can get veterans housing across the application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, thank you, Honorable Speaker, delegates here, thank you for this time. One of our asks, or one of my asks to each of you is we have a need for additional personnel to assist in doing these first steps as far as the assessment is concerned. Someone to go out there and be out there with the veterans to determine if these individuals are indeed in these floodplain zones. And if so, then how we need an additional staff member to be able to help the veteran either what they call flipping over their home site or getting another home site, another residential lot. So that's my ask, is additional personnel within our administration so that we may be able to meet these needs for these individuals who may run into these problems. And from the best of my knowledge, a majority of the Navajo Nation is on floodplain lands as well as rock bed. So these are key areas where we will need help. That's all. Thank you.
That's shaming me, they give me hate too much. No, but it is important to have these discussions because it's helping me reframe some of the things that ARPA can work with as far as trying to get administrative oversight people, the support that they need to get it done. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Any members, do you have any questions? Okay.
Well, I thought these were great summaries, and then now I'm more confused than I was before, so, my understanding is that we completed the assessment for 165 homes, meaning that they satisfy all the requirements. I assume under DTF and also just under the like that size. Second, on the one that goes over the veterans trust housing, with our projections, we will be able to meet the needs of about 20 veterans for new construction of homes and about 25 veterans surviving the old starting mothers. Does that mean, what is the second part of that sentence? Like, that's 25, so 25 renovations, I'm just trying to understand what that means.
Follow?
Well,
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With the assessment, these assessments that we've been completed for the 165 names indicated here are assessments based on our policy, meaning that they met all the eligibility requirements within our policy and they have submitted the appropriate documentation to deem them eligible. With your second question with regards to the in account, that last paragraph, that's 25 renovations because renovations are offered to veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers.
sure. The first question I'm asking is satisfy the requirements under the VTF policies, the VTF housing policy, or a separate urban policy, or did you just adopt their VTF housing policy? That was my understanding.
Honorable Slater, it's the Veterans Trust Fund Housing Policy, which is adopted into our opera.
Yeah, okay. Sure. So. And that is the requirement for home sites. Right? Well, I guess I don't see an issue with already construct, I mean, people shouldn't get home site leases and floodplains, and if they do, then that's a choice that they made. But in terms of the compliance, have you actually, practically speaking, with any of the homes that they constructed, have they come back and said, actually, we issued this home site lease in error? It seems like, why would we go back to Fish and, like, at what point are we going back to Fish and Wildlife to ask for something? The space is clear, we're using the funding. I don't see the issue that Delegate Damon is coming up with Fish and Wildlife is going to withdraw consent for the home site lease. Is that happening? I mean, I have a lot of residents in my district, and I haven't heard this happening. There's one in area, and they come back and say, actually, you guys can't construct here.
Speaker Dan? Sorry, Logan?
Thank you, Honorable Slater. With this compliance issue, the only time that this has come up since I've come on board is twice, and it's been in Northern Agency with the right-of-way or with the hookup of the electricity utility lines. That's the only instances, but it has not stopped the construction, and it did not deem the lack of service for the utilities.
Just to answer your question, the biggest time, the time that it's had. Historically, when these home sites were done, the surveys were done wrong. So then they had to get them surveyed. So when they get them resurveyed, then Navajo Nation Land Department asked them to go through the process again, get that information. When surveys were done wrong, when the points don't match up on the home site leases. So actually the survey plot map was wrong. So they will ask you to correct that, and when they ask you to correct that, they'll ask for all this updated information.
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
Vice Chair Slater?
And that is happening all over the Navajo Nation.
Thank you. In terms of I still don't understand what you were saying with the contracts, like there's one that's out there, there's one that's not out there. I understood the housing contracts, that's fine, this project and stuff. I don't want to go any more right now into this. We've spent so much time and I don't think we'll get any more clarity, so I'm gonna ask to meet with you and I guess you as well, so. I guess look for my email, but, I just, whatever executive branch leadership that's listening to this report, you know, I'm happy to see the progress that this falls on this meeting, and I commend you for that. And thank you for listening to what we requested last week and producing something that is simpler and more intelligible. But like Delegate James said, we're under the gun, and I haven't seen the seriousness from the last administration of this one getting these projects done in terms of not just the FRF office, but the president's office coordinating among all these different entities. And all this, a lot of the project management stuff should have been executed, you know, back at the end of 2021 or in 2022. And we're in 2023 now. So that's a couple comments, and pretty soon you could have your construction contracts executed, but you can't manage 165 home construction projects by yourself. That has nothing to do with your abilities, you're proving you have the ability. It's just a matter of practicality, and I can't go before an auditor and say, like, oh yeah, it was good to give her 165 projects, you know? That's reasonable, that's a good use of people's money, because you're gonna miss things, you know? And you can get taken advantage of, and that's our people's money. So if you don't have more project managers, then we need to scale back how many homes you're gonna construct. That's the fact of the matter. So, you know, if that's the case, then we gotta look at where we're gonna put this money. So I hope that FRF and the president's office can give you the support to get the next. And there's no time to wait. Like if people's home site lease documents confront the issue that Delegate David brought up, then we got to move on to the next person. So having a queue of other people in line, because 165 out of 50 million is what, 303,000, something like that. So that's a decent estimate, including water and power and all that stuff. But some of those homes, it says it's up to 300,000. So I think people in waiting, it would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Committee members, do you have any last questions for Ms. Baldwin? Second call for the questions. Third call. Hearing none, Ms. Nelson? Yes. Has the motion that we found it as the. Nope, Nelson gave the second part. Nelson, can you do a vote?
Yes, I'm going to vote and looking to report. I'm on the moment in the game, how do you go? Thank you, I'm on the moment in the game with screen, now after, how do you go? Thank you, now after that was green, Argo, Anderson, Dot Party, how do you go? Vote green. Thank you, Sabrina, Argo, Anderson, Dot Party, with green, Argo, the thing, how do you go? Green. Thank you, almost the thing, almost green, almost later, how do you go?
Green.
Thank you, almost lost their vote screen, Madam Chair, we have 5 members voting in the front of their opposing, Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next report, an update on the U.S. Treasury deadline and continuing resolution and budget. Our presenter today is the office team with our examination one. Mr. Augustine is on the call this morning for this afternoon. Justin, Mr. Augustine, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Madam Chair, are you able to hear me?
Pleasure. Mr. Augustine.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. Okay, alrighty, thank you. Well, good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on some of the ongoing discussions that the Navajo Nation Washington office has been engaged in. Justin Ahastini and Shea Aldona Shlinigi A Belagana and Shlin Put Saneba system Belagana Edashache Nanak Isani Edasanale Ba'ogeta de Nasha. So I would just like to update the Budget and Finance Committee on some of the work that we've been doing to try to assist in getting a lot of these ARPA projects through the door. On October 25th, 2023, Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren sent a letter over to the U.S. Treasury with concerns about the definition of obligated as well as indirect cost rates that would not be able to be charged after the obligation deadline of December of 2024. In response, the Treasury has actually provided an interim final rule earlier this month. Treasury issued the obligation interim final rule to address questions and comments regarding the definition of obligation. The obligation IFR revises the definition of obligation in the Treasury's implementing regulations for the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund program and provides related guidance to give additional flexibility and clarity to recipients to support the uses of the FRF funds. It's important to note that this interim final rule does not alter the existing FRF obligation or expenditure deadlines. The expenditure and obligation deadlines of December 2024 and of 2026 still remain. But one of the biggest things that was changed was the definition of obligation in 31 CFR 35.3. So instead of, to break it down, once the tribe has engaged in a subrecipient agreement, the funds are considered obligated. The person who receives the subrecipient agreement is not tied to the obligation deadline. So once the tribe signs the subrecipient agreement, it's considered obligated. The person on the other end doesn't need to obligate the funds by the December 2024 deadline. I think that was one of the biggest changes that came out of this interim final rule. The other big change is allowing awardees to charge the indirect cost rates after the obligation deadline in December 2024, because Treasury has recognized that in order to perform the program closeout and to manage the grant, that we will need to continue to charge the IDC rates, and we will need staff to perform those duties well after the obligation deadline. So those are the two major changes that came out of this. One of the upcoming consultations in November 29th of this month will go over this interim final rule before it is made permanent. And as of right now, the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council has registered to provide the nation's position, in which we are currently preparing the nation's statement and talking points for the matter for the Speaker to provide. We have been working with the Office of the Controller. We did provide the notice to the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. They are aware of this. The Department of Justice and some of our external legal counsel are currently reviewing the provisions to identify what was left out of our initial recommendations, and that should be coming within the next week. In terms of the U.S. federal budget, kind of shifting gears now, the U.S. Congress was able to pass a continuing resolution to keep the government temporarily opened into the new year. Earlier this month, I did provide an update to the Navajo Nation Council, but the stopgap spending bill was passed by the U.S. Senate earlier this month with the majority of in favor 87-11, and that extends the budget for services including the Department of Energy, military construction, veteran affairs, transportation, and housing up until January 19th, and then all other services until February 2nd. We're continuing to monitor the situation, and we are actively working with our members of Congress as well as our federal partners on making sure that the Navajo Nation's interests are addressed and that there isn't a reduction to any of the tribal funding. We're also working to include and pass the provisions of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments as part of the National Defense Authorization Act for FY24. That will conclude my report, and I stand ready for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Augustine. Committee members, do we have a motion to accept today's report? Second call for motion. Speaker David motion.
Second.
Motion. My idea is.
Vice Chair, Slater. Committee members, do you have any questions on the report today? Second call for questions.
What he's, thank you, good afternoon, Ms. Austin, this is Damon. What you just explained, did you send that in an email format? That's my question.
Mr. Augustine, did you email the Budget and Finance Committee a written report?
I can send over a report shortly, Madam Chair and Speaker Damon. I can certainly do that.
Speaker David?
Ms. Austin, don't send one of your full reports, I just want a brief summary. Just brief summary, I don't need your thesis statements.
No worries. I will send the quick reference guide that has a summarized version of the entire IFR.
Thank you, Mr. Augustine. Committee members, do you have any other questions for the Washington office? Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. This is the Mr. Austin, Mr. Patera. So with the new guidance from the subrecipient agreements, counting as an obligation, has that changed any of the strategy with executing contracts?
Mr. Patera?
Thank you for that.
Mr.
Vice
Austin,
Chair.
we're gonna recognize Mr. Patera and then we'll go back to you, Mr. Austin.
Okay.
I'm back.
Slater.
The updated treasury guidelines, before, legal's interpretation or DOJ's interpretation was that subrecipients had to encumber their subcontracts by December 31st, 2024. The updated treasury guidelines removed that requirement. So at the point that subrecipients receive their contract, they're locked until December 31st, 2026, which is a big shift. So that means like all of your NGA contract, all those subrecipient agreements that are out there, they don't have to encumber those ones. So they got a reprieve for that. The one that I'm most concerned about are the contracts for the chapter projects. Those I'm very concerned about those because we don't have a lot of time. Right now, there's 370 different K account numbers for all of the chapter agreement things. There's 47 million that's still yet to be allocated out of the 211. 77.74% of the 211 has been allocated. If we aren't even at the allocation process of setting up business units yet, that puts them that much further behind. I think that the Treasury updates did provide a larger opportunity to get into contracts, but like I said, the main ones that I'm concerned about are the chapter projects that are out there. Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Patera. Mr. Augustine, do you have any comments to add?
I don't have anything else to add. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair, do you have any other comments? Thank you. Committee members, do you have any last questions for the report today? Hearing Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do roll call vote on the?
Yes, on that, there will be report. Okay, Margaret, Esther, how do you vote? Okay, Margaret, Esther, three, Honorable McKay, how do you vote? Three. Thank you, Honorable McKay, three, Honorable Everett, Body, how do you vote? Sorry, I vote three. Thank you, Honorable Everett, Body, three, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon, votes three, Honorable Ronald Freeman, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Charles Taylor, votes three, Madam Chair, there are five members voting in the affirmative, there are opposed, Madam Chair, I vote in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, thank you, Mr. Honesty, for your report today. And, we look forward to the summary to the guys. Thank you, committee members. We have consensus report. We are on the last report for the day, which is from Mr. Tom Paterno on the fiscal recovery fund. It's labeled federal recovery fund.
Fiscal.
Mr. Patero, what's your?
Madam Chair, member of the committee, physical. I brought two books. Last time I brought a whole bunch of them and you told me, don't make the books unless we ask for it. So I brought two, I listened. So I emailed the information last night. There was an update that I received around 9:48 this morning. And I apologize for not providing that for you. So what I did is in the first tab, we provided all of the resolutions that have applied to the fiscal recovery fund, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund versus CG. Yeah, last night about 9:48 or something like that.
I got it.
Okay. So the first one is just a summary of all of the resolutions, resolutions that council has approved. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The next one is the expenditure plan. So the first one is the CARES defunded, the way they packaged that. And I'm just gonna highlight some of the ones and show you the disparity between the projects that are happening. The first one is K211517, which is number 2, cybersecurity, which is under Division of General Services, Department of Information Technology. They have expensed all 100% of their 1.6 million. So they spent every last cent that they were given underneath their first allocation. The next one is number 5, which is the cistern, 14 million. This is where FRF office needs to start working more closely with Department of Water Resources. Just as we have been working with community development, we need to create a closer working relationship with them so that we can get all of their big their projects into contract. So they haven't spent any of that one. The next one is the emergency medical services. Under the Department of Public Safety, they have 1.8 million. They have encumbered all of it, so they have 100% expenditure. The next one are the NTUA ones. So when you look at it, you have 14 million, 1 million, 5,724,118. All of these ones are all encumbered at 100%. All the NTUA subrecipient agreements are encumbered 100%. Out of the, I believe there's 16, out of the 16, only 2 are on their second disbursement, and I'll cover that underneath a different spreadsheet. But NTUA, all of the contracts with them are done. The next one is the broadband. NTUA broadband is all 100%. Right now, there are 3 that have 0% encumbrances, which is underneath Department of Health, the Deltec, 2.3 million. The mobile units, 953,000, COVID testing, 3.4 million, have 0 expenditure. The next one is the water treatment, 405,000. That's number 22, K211544, that's at 100%. The next one are the water projects. There's one that's 33 million, that's 100% encumbered. The wastewater, 6 million, no expenditure, 30 million. for housing manufacturing, it has unexpended, that one should have an encumbrance of 6 million, which is the Southwest Indian Foundation, so there'll be 24 million left under there. The two behavioral, management projects, 15.2 million, 4 million, 19.2 million, there are no activities on that. The two with the regional water resources, the 84 million, the 10 million, all those have been encumbered. Going to the next page, the drinking water, the 1 million, has no expenditures. The housing support, for NTUA 96 million, all that's encumbered. The new housing under CHID has no expenditures. The 100% for the bathroom additions, the 150 million has been encumbered, that's the NECA contract. I do believe I sent all of these ones to you. I need to work with my team to make sure that all of these are posted online, available for public view. The next two is the Department of Public Safety Rural Addressing, 35 million, there are no expenditures for that, and Delegate Fadi is trying to schedule a meeting for that. The other one is the broadband cash match, 20 million, there are no expenditures underneath there. I have been working with Ms. Nez with the broadband office to reallocate those to middle mile and last mile. There is a contract that the Office of the President, Vice President is gonna be entering into for broadband assistance for them, 4.5 million. That should be coming out pretty soon. So that's underneath the expenditure ones. The next one is the admin. If you go to number 10, the Department of Health, they have 1.8 million with no expenditures. The modular building for the ARPA building is 100% spent overall. And then the next ones are the underneath legislative. There is some activity on the HVAC system, 85,000 have been encumbered. Underneath the Navajo Nation Code, 600,000 with no expenditures. And then the Office of Legislative Council IT upgrade, there's 26.6% expenditure in that one already. So that one is the administrative cost one. And then we have the chapter ones, which is the one that I was telling you about that has 305K units set up. 20, there are another, I'll show you on the other screen. But this one is where there's Chinling, equipment is 100%, Chinling, emergency is 100%, Chinling Earth and Dam is 100%. There's $1.38 left over there. Chinling, the employment, it's at 100%. Those were remember during the emergency when the chapter president was emailing council, I need help, get those to me. We did process that on contract, and that's where the subrecipient, 100% of it was given to them. Since that time, all the subrecipients are only 50, 25, 25. So that's kind of how that's going. They did that one. The interesting part about it was that emergency one, the way they wrote their expenditure plan was emergency housing repairs. So when they had the flooding, even though it was categorized as emergency funding, they couldn't use it towards the flood unless the flood impacted the house. So that was the DOJ guidance that we received from them. So the chapter president there was not very happy with us. Dr. Finch, I believe is her name. Yeah, she wasn't happy with us, but that's how they wrote their expenditure plan. So that's where the process of, you want to make even the slightest change to it, you have to go back through eligibility determination, get an updated eligibility determination, get it back through the KRT committee to recognize those changes that's in there. And that's a language that's under BFS 3121, where it says that this is the process that you gotta do to follow that. So on page 2 of that, you have Ganado that has their encumbrance of 100%. They got 100% on their water line. And then Nazdini Consulting got 100% advance. Nazdini Warehouse got 100% advance. Nazdini Administration Building got 100% advance. Nazdini Cemetery got 100% advance. So those are the ones that are going through for the project. Next one is Blue Gap, affordable housing. They got their 1.7 million process. Guanajuato Trading Post, 123,000. Chichibito, 25,000. Chichibito And then those are the only ones that have completed the process. Other than that, all the chapter projects at this point have zero expenditures. The we need to make a better effort of communicating with the chapters that can process their transactions now. They're kind of like looking at who's gonna help me get my stuff done, and that's where the difficulty has been. We wanted to go in from FRF and help them get their quotes and stuff like that. We were instructed by late, legislative council, not legislative, Department of Justice, that lies with the administrative oversight. That we can't help them unless they ask us to help them, or the administrative oversight says that we can't help them. So our team, we're getting ready to mobilize, and then we got our hands slapped and got told, no, you can't do that. So we gotta wait for them to do all of that. So that's what I meant by, we're trying to offer assistance. Like what we're working with Ms. Baldwin on, she's letting us help her. So that's how we can do that, but unless they ask us or they want our help, we can't go in there and say, this is how you should do it. So that's where, remember earlier when I said that I had the concern that the chapter projects aren't moving as fast as they should. This is Michael from our office. He's learning to crunch numbers. So what we did is, this isn't in your email packet. I wanted to get these to you guys. So this is the chapter projects. And so what we did is we broke them down by the type of projects that they have across all of the ones that are there. So you have your warehouse projects, you have your home renovation project, weatherization projects, new home projects, there's Low Mountain and Whippoorwill, bathroom additions, Chinley, Blue Gap, Nazini, Mini Farm, Sport Lake, elderly bathroom modifications, Nazini water conservation, water projects, chapter renovation project, economic, they're unique projects like the Wellness Center, the Vendor Village, State of Time. State of Time got their contract signed yesterday, which is a unique project because it takes money from two chapters. Delegate Eugene So put up money, and Delegate Slater, not Slater, Wilson Stewart put up money, and they put money from Tinley and money from Fort Defiance to help Day at a Time. And so that's our very first contract that got through for them. They've been about 9 months to figure out that process for them. The difficulty was getting their insurance to align with the requirements of the insurance. So they have to go back and take board action to authorize them to change their insurance policy to meet the requirements of the Navajo Nation. So that was an interesting process, but that contract got signed yesterday. And then you have your septic project and so on and so forth. So I thought this would be an interesting one for you guys to have as far as the type of projects that are being funded out there. Now we'll jump back to the overall, the business unit report, the one that's 12 pages long. And that one, what you need to note here is this has we have the detailed budget reports that are by line item, level of detail 6. And then we have the budget report that tracks the business unit. But that one, what we do is the total of all of the budget. So if you want the detailed information, it's on the level of detail 6 side. If all you want to say is how much is being spent, then you look at the business unit report. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so on this one, what you should note is on page. I should have tagged these, I apologize. 11. So page 11 of the business unit report.
Page 11.
Yeah. Right at the top, it should say distribution expenditure of overall ARPA FRF funding by business unit in 3 parts, 1115. Okay, there's one account that's sitting out there. It's a $500 account, that contingency. That was the language that was in CJA 2922. That's gonna come up, so you need to kind of review that one back because Legislative Council, DOJ, Office of the President, and other individuals are looking at updating the language in that. Ms. Balroff did request the information from us yesterday, but we asked for an extension. We needed more time to do our homework. So that's still being worked on. The next one is the money that hasn't been allocated underneath CJY 4121. That 5,887,727.76. That one is actually allocated to community development for their IDIQ contracts. So that was been signed off by the president. Unfortunately, OMB is processing them in the order that they were received. So all the chapter ones, remember that you guys approved in the NABI and council recently? All of those 112 business units are being set up, which is in addition to the 300 that are gonna be there. Our anticipation at the end of this is about 580K account numbers when all 211 million are allocated. So when you start talking project management, how do you manage 500 different projects by the 110 communities that are gonna be out there? So that 587, there is a reversion that's coming from EPA, $4 million that they want to put back in there. There is a request of upgrade of equipment, of technology, from Office of the President, about 600,000, I believe that's going through. There is also a request that's coming from Navajo Nation Office of the Controller for additional funds. I should have put that report in here. I apologize, I didn't. I did get an update report from them as far as the income. So you might want to call in Office of the Controller. There's a section underneath CJY 4121 where that money goes back into the account, back into the FRF account. You might want to move that to something else because after January 1st, 2025, if the money goes back into the account, then the encumbrance rule comes into play. So if you put it back in the same pot and you get the money after that, you can't retroactively encumber those funds. So basically, you're taking the income and saying, federal government, here's some interest that yeah, you can. So you might want to explore where you want to take those funds in there. The next one is the legislative administrative cost. You have 14.9 million that's still available. The reimbursement of the citizen, 76 million. We had a meeting yesterday where Office of the Controller and OMB are gonna get together and address this issue. On this one, the question is, the language that's in the resolution, the reimbursement portion of it, the review of it is one part of it says something, and then another part of it says reimbursement. So which one of it is correct? And so the recommendation as far as I can share as of right now is we need to consolidate the dates that are in CJY 4121 and then CJN 2922. Some of the dates overlap and we just need to get like one schedule of dates so that everybody can kind of get on the same one. So that should be coming to you guys. The next one is underneath CJN 2922, out of the 211,47,026,789,026 is the amount of chapter projects that still isn't allocated. So if you go down to the blue box, the total expended and encumbered, $1,160,652.773.37. 55.8% of it, of the whole 2 billion is now in the encumbered or expended stage of ARPA. If you go back to page 12 of that report, all you need to do is look at the bottom again, that 47 million. So what that means is 77.74% of the 211 million has been allocated out of the 110. The next one, we did include the status report as of the 14th. Is where you are as far as your eligibility determinations by your chapters. We did insert a section where we looked, we made a listing. This is the listing provided by community development, which are the certified chapters, the process for getting a subrecipient agreement thing through, and then a summary report of where all the subrecipient reports are as far as getting them through. Mr. Mitchell's team, Shayla Draper, Ryan Begay, Donnell Begay. Those guys are the ones that are really moving stuff with the chapter. Then on the ARPA side is Arnold Jake, Pauline, Thomas and Tyler Brigade. So those two are working together to get all the subrecipient things in there. So we left all of those to you guys work with them, get it done. I mainly work on the bigger contracts that are coming out for that. So that's where you can tell all these ones. So these ones are beginning to go through. The difficulty has been finally reaching final consensus on it. So the subrecipient part, remember when the chapters did their budget, they put them in the line item things. All those have to be moved out of there and into a subrecipient account. So all those have to do BRRs. The one thing that we are very fortunate is that Mr. Cordell Shorty and Jermaine Jones with OMB are processing this budget transfer even though they don't agree with it. They don't agree with it because we don't fill out the forms completely. So you know how OMB is like, everything has to be in the right place, and if it's not, then we're not gonna process it. But they're aware that the chapters need to get their subrecipients processed. So even though there's one box that we're failing to fill out, they're processing them all. So they are supporting us to make sure that all of these things get through. So that part of it is completed. The next one is the personnel report. Out of 163 positions, there are gonna be new developments that will come out as far as the application of personnel beyond 12/31/2024. And I was hoping Justin would go into that, but I'll see if we can get legal to provide a response for you on that. If you look at this one, the part that I'm concerned about is DPM did their job. There's 25 referrals sitting at departments that departments are not taking action on. Some of these go back as far as July. So that's where it's difficult, you know, because we're trying to facilitate the process of it. It's like doing somebody's homework and all they have to do is sign their name on it, but they're not signing their name on it. So that's the difficulty of it. So the work I've gone through of advertising the positions, getting people to apply, getting people to say that, and that's where the difficulty of it is. Council has been working with us, the Health and Human Services Committee made the provisional hire there. The provisions that were made as far as the procurement process, those are helping because we are actually spending ARPA admin dollars to advertise all of these positions. So we're not costing them, like this department has these vacancies. We're not charging it to them, we're processing them. So one of the understandings that I'm getting now is that when we look at vacancies, we need to look outside of it's posted on the JVA. We need to put a little bit of money, probably from the personnel lapse fund, to give DPM a budget so they can advertise these positions on the outside. Because that's how we've been able to recruit people, is the ARPA dollars that have been paying to advertise those ARPA positions in the Albuquerque Journal, the Phoenix newspaper, the Farmington, the Navajo Times, and the Galloping Independent. So all of those, and it costs money to do those advertisements, but it's getting people to come in to apply for those positions that are there. The next one is the NTUA summary report. This was updated November 20th. We haven't processed any new payments since that time. So out of 312,109,402 in subrecipient agreements, they have received $156,968,165.40 in advance. The one thing that you should know from this one is, if you go from 1 to 8 on the payout dates of those disbursements, those guys were eligible for disbursement number 2 back in December of 2022. The expenditure rate isn't high enough because there's a provision in the subrecipient agreement that 75% of the 50% advance has to be expended and documented before they can get the next disbursement. So out of the first 8 that are over a year old, only 2 of them have gotten to the second disbursement. So those 2 are the small ones, which is number 4, number 5, 2.8 million and 755,000. Those are the only 2 out of all of the NTA contract where they documented expenditures that will allow them to get the next expenditures that are there. So you have a whole pot of money sitting out there that needs to be tracked and all of that stuff. And then the last one is the work that Mel Rodas, Brittany So, and the team over at DOJ and the consultants that work for them. These are all the eligibility determinations that are done. So when you look at those and right now they're sitting at, I believe over 700 of them have been completed. I have the numbers, but it's back there somewhere. But yeah, they've done a considerable amount of work just to declare eligibility determination for those. And there is a misconception that they're returning a lot of them. I think it's less than 10 that have been ineligible. There is a high number of people that are applying for funds that get asked additional questions, provide more clarification on that. That number is actually much higher than the ones where they've actually been told no. So people that get we need more information, they're not submitting their second submittals to reach a final determination on those ones that are there. Okay? So that's pretty much all that I have, but I thought you would be interested in these numbers to say, what type of projects are we funding with the chapter regional expenditure plans? So if you have any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone want to motion? To accept the report. Delegate. Motion to accept the report, Vice Chair Slater, second motion, and then member.
Yes, you mentioned that you're having conversations with, legal staff on amendments. What delegates are you working with in terms of developing those amendments?
I don't want to get in trouble. I always get in trouble. I like working with you guys. I look at you guys' face. Right now, it's a conversation between Legislative Council and Office of the President, Vice President, DOJ, Office of the Controller. We are trying to come up with the recommendations. Again, Ms. Bobroff did reach out to the executive side to provide some recommendations for those. It's just that it's a really big undertaking to try to get all of those things done in there. She did want the first drafts. I believe a few were sent over to her yesterday by her deadline for asking for additional time to put the other ones together. The main ones that need to be addressed are some language relative to administrative and regulatory support costs. The question on where the interest on the income goes, right now it's over $40 million. And that's also unallocated, that's sitting out there. Then the aligning the dates. I think part of it was when CJY 4121 was created and we did amendments underneath CJN 2922, we never really cross-referenced those back against the dates that were set up underneath CJY 4121. So that should be cleaned up in there. The language on allowability for administrative costs is probably going to come up to get a clear definition of that. I believe those are the main ones that they're discussing right now, but there are multiple considerations that are being made with the group on that side, and that will come over. As far as directly working with any delegate, I'm not aware of that at this moment.
Because what I wanted to ask is, there's other issues that need to be addressed, and this committee has asked to be involved in those conversations when it comes to amending the fiscal recovery fund policies and procedures to help with the streamline. So I don't know how you foresee that as, I think that should be your point of contact, is to send that information to the committee. Because as the committee, we haven't asked anyone to meet with you on that behalf to develop those amendments, because there's other issues that I wanted to address. When we talked about earlier with the home site lease process and how that memo is there's challenges when it comes to the land, committee or, I read the DOJ memo where there's like an exemption that's happened during the CARES funding. The other area that it looks like it's taking, longer in internal navigational systems, like the whole PAA, with, some of these projects that are considered ineligible. And so delegates, like I got a update from NQA, and 90% of my projects are considered ineligible because of internal navigating procedures. So I want to look at and make a determination and if it's an appropriate place and how to address some of these ineligible projects. If because they're waiting like for our homestead lease or other areas. I think NEPA was also considered. And so if like, let's say, I know you just said EPA is forfeiting their $4 million, but we just had that meeting because it was one of my projects was assigned to EPA. So I'm not even sure why they're forfeiting that $4 million. But they're part, or if they're part of the issue of any of these projects, I just want to be clear before projects are opting out, if we're going to need them to regulate. Because if they build a laundromat, we still need that facility to be regulated, and I don't want EPA to say in the future, well, we don't have the capacity to do that. So I'm not sure if they're looking at the projects that are moving forward before they start saying, well, we're just gonna decide to fund those projects. And then I wanted to ask you a question, what happened to the Washington funding? So on your thing, it says it's defunded. Or de-obligated, I'm sorry. So then where does that money go, that 5.2 million? If you could just help me understand, because I'm concerned too that legislative branch still has it moved down on their 14 point whatever $million. So I'll be trying to meet with these different entities that have zero expenditures, like Department of Health, the OLC Havoc HVAC system, update on the navigation code, OLC IT upgrade, and water resources. Drawn down on. I think that's where I need clarification on what support your office would give these programs so that we have an idea how to spend down their dollars. Because there is low hanging ARPA eligible projects that could support our community members. So if they don't want, let's say like infrastructure related projects and not able to draw down. I have a memo from Mel Brodus that we could use this for like utility payments, or we could help assist our communities. And so to me, that's low hanging. So I've already asked like NQA for my district, how many customers do they have? And then what would that look like to give maybe like $100, $200 towards their utility bill, like in terms of credit, so that we're not going through all of this process. So I understand you're just tracking and your team is just tracking, but internally, if we can't get to where we need to, then we need to have that conversation, because we still have $100 million in the hardship, and we still have other funding that needs to get reallocated. So that's what I'm also looking for. So I just want to make sure that we're part of the conversation. Or at least include me in the conversation of how have these follow-up meetings. So I'll be meeting with Will Addressing, thank you and your team for supporting that. And we're also trying to see if other projects that are construction ready at least get an eligibility determination, like the detention center. I just want to know if they're eligible, because with Jesse Delmar was there, I think just verbally he said they were not eligible, but now we're looking at other tribes and how they're pulling down their dollars, and so they've been able to use it for some detention or to yeah, police safety type issue.
Okay. On the question for the detention centers, we haven't received.
Not yet.
We haven't received anything yet. Dr. Gray Eyes is still working on that one to try to get those ones in. On the eligibility determination, one of the things that we're trying to educate people on is the appropriation process is a two-tier process. You have to have the eligibility determination completed first. And that was, council delegated that to budget and finance through CJY 4121. Then budget and finance created the process BFS 3121, which was amended later. And that amendment was just so that chapters didn't have to go for the resolution because they were having a hard time during COVID by getting a quorum. And then the CJY 4121 was amended so that regional expenditure plans don't have to go to the president, that it can be approved by another here. So there are some things that have been done in there, but the main part is like your utility assistance one, that would need to get through eligibility determination first. And the other part that the council and in particular budget and finance needs to understand is that if there's gonna be a change inside the system, there has to be paperwork to effectuate that change. Just like the Washington DC office, yeah. When the new director came in, he was of the opinion that this isn't really an allowable cost, so I would return the money. So he wrote that letter, then we had to go through all of these forms with OMB to get the K number back from the authorization of the money that Washington DC got back to the zero balance. And that zero balance, once it hits, then is eligible now to be reallocated to other administrative support cost budgets that are sitting out there. Right now, you have personnel that's asking for more personnel. Veterans is asking for more personnel. Tax commission is asking for more personnel. But one of the things, and I would be preferable to have somebody from legal explain to you the updated changes that are coming from Treasury, because it is going to make an impact. There are only a limited amount of categories of the type of work that can be done using the ARPA dollars beyond December 31st, 2024. So that really should be explained by a legal person, because the Treasury training that I sat in on Tuesday of last week, I believe, was that there has to be a request submitted to Treasury for those costs beyond December 31st, 2024 by April of 2024, so the authorization is there. And if you look at legal's interpretation to us is that there's this section in one of those, and Mr. Rodis is really the best one to ask for that guidance. So I will defer to him on the right-of-way home site leases. I believe Chair Jesus and Division of Natural Resources are working on those questions. EPA is of the opinion that they're a regulatory agency and should not be administering projects. So that question still needs to be answered. We have a lot of chairs, different committees that are calling meetings to say that we want an update on this and update on that. So that's beginning to impact the time that we have to get things done. So if we got to go to this meeting and that meeting and that meeting, you know, potentially you can have a meeting every day, and then where's the time to actually process some of these documents that are there. Just so you're aware, Navigator is scheduling a work session on December 4, 5, 6, and 7 on ARPA. We're coordinating with their office to work on the agenda. They sent me a draft agenda, and we're trying to incorporate all of the things that people have been bringing up from different delegates so that we can put it all in there so that we reach all 24 of them at once, as opposed to answering individual questions. So hopefully that works. On the Washington D obligation, that was processed at the request of the Washington office, and then the paperwork fund, it just goes back into the account for the executive administrator. So that's where part of that 5.8 million, the money that was returned was put back into that pot for and the one that's going to be returned from EPA, we already have people that are lining up for it. But again, I think the important part is we need to get this question of the use of administrative costs early on, so that because it is going to impact people that are funded underneath this part of it, And I would really encourage budget and finance to take the lead on that because it is a budget question, on the uses of those ones. The next one is, water resources. Jason, John finally got two people, that are helping him now. And like I said, I stated earlier that we do need to create a closer working relationship between the FRF office and the water department to get their projects through. I believe those were your questions, then.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any members, do you have any questions?
So reading the last page, I'm looking at how much is in there, so it's an executive, it still has 5.8, so I'm looking at page 10 of 12. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I have a hard copy, is this part of what you did? So looking at executive still has 5.8, so it says the authority of the president. If you could give us an idea when, what's the timeline to reallocate those dollars? And then, so, because I also want to know the timeline, and we could ask the office of the speaker, for the 14.9 million. And so if we're looking at the reimbursement of Jefferson and UFE, 76.5 billion. I need to understand because you're saying balance remaining. So the way that I'm looking at it is we're using ARPA to reimburse UFE and Jefferson. But the way now that it's totaling, because you have your numbers guy here, it looks like we have, and the way I'm reading this is 97.4 million for ARPA. And then so I'm just trying to figure out how the earmark balance is remaining, because do we actually need to just help me understand what you're trying to get, what's the intent of this, so I can understand how you're presenting it. Thank you.
That's what Paris' responsibility, Charlie.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, on that page, that 5.887 million is actually already allocated to community development to add to the pot for their IDIQ contracts.
Wait, which one?
The 5.8 million for the executive.
That's
So that's been allocated to community development. President has already signed off on it as appropriating it to community development to add to their IDIQ contracts. Okay, the 14.9 million. That's a discussion that the committee needs to have with the speaker. The reimbursement portion of it. This one was supposed to have been completed within 90 days back from July of 2021, and it still hasn't. And then now we are on our third controller to try to get that done. And the resolution says OOC in consultation with OMB should get these documents in there. Now the question that is being asked is, what was the intent of that? Because if you'll recall, as of December 2022, 58 million of that goes to the Western Pipeline project. And as of December 2022, that business unit hadn't even been set up yet. So how can you reimburse something where there's no business unit set up? And that's where I think that this, in my opinion, this committee really needs to get the same review process with the citizen projects and with the permanent trust fund dollars, because there are overlaps of funding for those projects. I'll give you an example. Interior has wastewater projects that were funded underneath citizen, and they're also funded underneath ARPA. So if those appropriations were done in 21 and those haven't been spent, and then we're giving them ARPA money for wastewater for the same projects, then how is that going to be reconciled as far as expenditure of those ones? There's also a section of the citizen for Into, it's not given to Into as a grant. It was given to them as a loan, and that loan is supposed to start in May of next year, the repayment back to the Navajo Nation. So all of those things, I'm not a forensic accountant by any means, but all of those need to be adjusted. The same way all 170+ revisions to the citizen funding should probably be reconciled, because if an account number was set up, say we're going to, the original approval was, we're gonna buy a telephone. So you set up an account number for it. Then somebody, a delegate sponsored a legislation that says, no, we're not gonna get the telephone in year 1. We're gonna get this type of telephone in year 3. If this account number was already set up and nobody went back and closed up that account to do this account, there could, in theory, be double duplication of authorization sitting out there. So that's a whole process that needs to be reconciled, because those citizen funds that are there, some of them have the same appropriations underneath ARPA. So we're in essence, theoretically, we could be double funding certain projects that are there. So that whole reconciliation needs to take place on those ones. And that's, there are some pockets of information from OMB, some pockets of information from OOC, but somebody really needs to say, this is the definitive answer on the original, and this is where we stand now as of today, and these are the expenditures within those accounts that were authorized for them.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of amendments that were done to that process, from the beginning on moving forward.
Do we have any questions? Well, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero, for the report. On the executive branch side, what is being done to assess and review what is basically going to be completed and what's not going to be? It's something the committee has asked quite a few times. We're just trying to stay up to date on what that answer is. But it seems like it moves every time. If we have to put a petition before Treasury by, April 2024, we gotta make a determination on next, this 6 weeks, 5 weeks, I think, in order to get legislation, some other big things that we have to cancel. So, do it that one. I hope that analysis is being performed. So, and here we go, that would inform us on what we have to do for the legislation. We can interpret, and kind of read between the lines of what you tell us, but at the end of the day, I want something from the president that says we're committed to doing this, and this. And to be frank, over here, we can't get these ones. Absent that, we just have to make our own decisions, and we think you guys can complete it now. So.
Mr. President.
I like my job, guys. The best answer that I can give you is, I think a lot of it is an individual opinion. It's kind of like asking an attorney a question. Each of them is going to interpret it differently. My biggest concern right now, to be honest with you, is we really need to reconcile where we are on the NTUA project. That's why I make it a part of that, to let you know that there's an advance sitting out there for that much. And as Delegate Potty indicated, this is ineligible, but you have that encumbrance sitting out there. That's a big amount. There are requests from NTA for additional funding for other types of projects that are there. I look back on it as when the discussion was being held with the 24th Council, the 24th Council was very adamant about, we want to know where these funds are going to be spent. When the CARES defunded portion of it went through, it was very specific. I'll give you an example. Round Rock has this number, this dollar amount. underneath the new appropriations that were done underneath the 25th council, those were more generalizations, as in Delegate Slater has this much for his region, Delegate Parrish has this much for her region, Delegate, so in essence, old one underneath the CARES was very specific because that council at that time wanted to know exactly where it was being spent. Then when you reconcile it, because I've spent a number of hours on the NTUA trying to understand that one. And it's a big puzzle. It's kind of like trying to reconcile the CIS, and there's so many variations to it that it's difficult to be there. But in my opinion, if I were the one making the decision, there are certain projects that have had no movement for a year and a half. And all you have to do is look at the day that was authorized. It's kind of like the chapters. Remember when you give them money, they're like, well, we're just gonna get it moved forward. That seems to be the mentality with certain projects. I mean, those projects, in my opinion, should have already been at the contract stage now. And it's difficult, as Delegate Damon said earlier, a lot of these require people that have the technical expertise to project management for a specific field. And certain times you don't have that. Just like and that was why I highlighted in my report, these are the ones with zero expenditures. And those are like a year and a half old. To me, those should have been in contract by now. Does that make sense? Because I think that if the timeline, if they haven't done it in a year and a half and we only have 6 months, 7 months left to get these into encumbrance, there's an issue there. And I'm not in a position to say that this should be taken back or not. You know, that is a discussion that really should happen between council and the president's office because the president's office is the one that's the boss of the administrative oversights that these funds are allocated to.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just see the dynamic now has completely changed. I thought that we could make determinations maybe up to April. We have to revise legislation soon. I did put in a request to create an administrative process for changing, chapter allocation. So, you budget for 300 septic tank, complete the applications for 200, the chapter should be able to do something else. And I hope that at the end of this, I wanted to ask you to make a directive that if you could provide the conceptual idea to Ms. Barbara on that, based on your experience, like who would check off on this, just making sure, okay, if they're having initial eligibility determination completed, they can put their funding into that. Because having to go to council and just waiting, it seems like it's too late for a lot of stuff. But that'll be a request after this, so just FYI, unless you want to complete that without a directive and give me a time frame on that. But the second thing is, I am unclear about whether, in my area, it's land corporation, they consult for how many chapters. Are they going to be performing or assisting the chapters with bids or putting together bid packages or anything related to procurement? Or are they and the other consultants purely doing just some sort of feasibility assessment? Because again, if you're supposed to have at least the feasibility assessments completed by the end of December, and then you have to do all these procurement actions between then, say, April, to know whether you'll actually get these projects done. Those 3 or 4 months are gonna be super crazy and hectic, and I don't know how. And I'm hearing from them that they might even be able to get these feasibility assessments done. So we really have to know what's gonna be done and what's not gonna be done by April, if that's when we have to submit to Treasury. And I don't know if they've told you, but my assumption is that they'll take as long as they possibly want to issue direction back to the nation on what will receive an exemption under those eligibility categories. We have to create some sort of internal mechanism for making sure if those aren't gonna receive an extension, that we can reprogram those dollars for something else. And has your office or has the president's office started contemplating based off those categories, what, a doomsday scenario where none of them are granted extensions, what we would reprogram that for? That's what I want to hear too.
Ms. Platero?
The chapter reallocation, portion of it is actually, at number 8, it doesn't go to council anymore. So those ones are okay. The difficulty is DOJ's interpretation of the process of it. So say you have, okay, the way eligibility determination is done, and the reason for that is there are 88 categories of eligible uses of those dollars, and those are federal categories. Okay, the reporting to the federal government is based on those eligibility categories all rolled up. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So that's where the eligibility determination process comes in. The difficulty to simplify it would be to change the rule. This is just my opinion. I'm sure I'm getting in trouble with DOJ again. The simple one would be to say that for chapters, if an eligibility determination is done, if you're going to increase it or decrease it, that you allow that to happen with just an acknowledgement of RDC or something like that, because of the RDC.
That doesn't change anything, Tom, because you still have a 5-day comment period. Legislations don't go to RDC. You're just making one committee do it. I'm saying administrator. They just check the box, you, OD, whomever, and then the money goes into, weatherization instead of septic tank.
The
They're
best.
still having legislative action, and that just whirling all these steps, they're just doing too much, and it's the same thing with the reallocations from CSN. There's really no reason in my mind that it has to go back to the legislature. With this sort of time crunch. Do you really think that it requires a non-resolution?
Since the president delegated the authority for the chapters, couldn't you delegate the changes of those for the chapter projects to the president? It's a shared, he gave up his right to.
Yeah, I guess I would phrase it as the president.
Or somebody that you guys are comfortable with, but it can be done. But it can be done, but the best person to guide you through that process will be Mr. Rodas. Mr. Rodas is the lead for all the eligibility determination process. He would be the best person to provide you guidance on that portion of it. And then on the land corporation, the best person to provide you information on that is Catherine Belzowski. She's the one that created that process with Department of Justice, specifically for Division of Community Development. And that's an evolving process as well. So she would be the best person to advise you on that one. On the April one is more a direct question for personnel costs. The encumbrance rule is still there. From what I gathered with the Treasury presentation that happened last week, and this is a scenario that they gave, is you get to December 31st and you're encumbered, and you have to do a change order later, you can't. You get to December 31st, and it's all what if scenarios at this point. And the person that you contracted went out of business, you can reallocate those ones. So it's certain things that apply under certain conditions is what they're trying to set up. But to move it from the movement that you're talking about, to take it from a water project to a warehouse project, that won't be allowed after December 31st, 2024. So I can see what you're trying to get at to streamline the process. It's just creating a mechanism that your side and the president's side will come to agreement on, and this is what we can do. The one interesting part about it is Delegate Jesus is going to have all 8.8 million of her projects encumbered probably by the middle of December. Andy Thomas from DCD was trying to get them before Thanksgiving, but I don't think that's gonna happen. She got 2 projects. For her 2 projects are both, one for St. Michael's and one for Oak Springs. So her 2 projects were already in process, so she specifically selected projects that she knew were gonna be able to get done.
Well, I guess I didn't quite understand before, but maybe we'll just follow up with DOJ on this categories. I don't understand, like, you were saying certain categories wouldn't be able to be extended, they would have to be expended by the end of December 31, 2024. The second thing you just described was related to some sort of failure or fixing a project because of the scope or something, change orders and that sort of stuff and personnel. So I don't know, I'll look into what you just submitted, but for April in that training, have they issued written guidance on that? Or is it just a notification that they're gonna be issuing a new rule about or whatever it is that you're talking about, because now again, you're making it's becoming less and less clear to me. And then, you know, the question that you didn't answer is, what is that internal review looking like? Because right now, like, the way I'm interpreting this, very frank, right? Last term, this term, you are the only person that I ever hear talking about, this is what's been expended, this is what hasn't been expended. And in general, you reserve judgment on whether you think something can be completed or not, which I think is appropriate. But I am not seeing anyone else step up. The previous DCD administration seemed to have some clearer direction, and I hope that Mr. Mitchell will be as sharp-eyed and hawk-eyed as Mr. Castillo is. But I'm getting worried, because it's not going to be divided and make it better for these new applications. And you're the one who's thinking about it, and I don't see the infrastructure set up in the executive branch side to make those tough decisions. Thank you.
I agree with everything you guys are saying, it's just, I'm not.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Does anyone have any other last questions for Sarah on the report today? Should a delegate ever have the draft?
Are you working with any delegates to fix the language on the bathroom additions? So I guess it's really an interpretation of what could be used for the bathroom additions, the 150 million. So there's also a need for bathroom renovations. So I've heard that there's a few delegates that's gonna move forward, but I haven't seen any legislation. I'm not sure if you're part of that.
But the bathroom additions at this point is all contracted to NECA. That buys you time until December 31st, 2026. The difficulty in that legislation is it's an equal distribution for all 24 regions. So that's there. There was some discussion about adding it in, but it would require a eligibility determination. And you gotta remember that the eligibility determination process was the one that was developed by Budget and Finance. And that's where everything has to go through the eligibility determination process. The one concession that they did give us, and I believe that came from Legislative Council, was for revisions. If the change is less, then you can use the same eligibility determination. If the change is more, then you have to get a new eligibility determination with that higher dollar amount.
Are you gonna?
No.
Board members, do you have any other questions on the report today?
Are you certain it was-
David?
The goals. Thank you, one, well, you referred to page 11 on your, business unit report, and on page 11, saying that $1,160,000, 35.8%. That's your job. You're doing a good job. That job on LinkedIn, allowing ARPA and your team, but my follow-up goes back to what the next step is. And what I mean by what the next step is this discussion that we had this morning was one opportunity to start unveiling the problems that are occurring after your team initiates a contract with the subrecipient or with somebody else, or with our own internal departments. Like, for example, veterans housing, or we're talking about cybersecurity. They just go down with cybersecurity. You start there. On your business unit number B, cybersecurity, you're saying that it's 100% encumbered. You did your job, you encumbered that. But is IT the ones that doing cybersecurity, or is it public safety? Who's the one that's oversees that? DIT. So has DIT and have they contracted that $1.6 million out? That's my question. Have they got to that point where they contracted that out? And when was the last time that you got a report from them? Next one going down is if you look onto judicial branch. Well, that's not this. It's cistern systems. All that one's out. Right here, NQA Electric, $28.9 million. You're saying that they got $14.4 million that was actually expended at 14.4. That's that. I do not believe they spent $14.4 million actually. I think that's what they probably encumbered on their books to say that they're going to expend. But how do you know that they actually are spending their money? Do they actually turn in an invoice and then there's because you already sent the money to them? How do we know that they actually expended that? Do they give you a report back? I guess my explanation, well, how do you know it's actual? So you actually know that the project has been completed when it's under actual. Let's just talk about NTUA electricity. $14.4 million, half of that money they got up front, probably, right? That's what that is, $14.4 million. How much of that money have they actually expended? That's my question back to you, and I just want to know that.
Ms. Booker?
Okay, on the cybersecurity, since we should bring it up, that actually started when I was at General Services. We got the carryover request, and so I started harping on Royetta over there as soon as we got the carryover thing. And even after I left General Services, I still emailed her once a month to say, you got to get your money spent. Then there was a second appropriation that was done. The one was underneath CJY 4121, one was underneath CJN 2922. So there are two pots of money for cybersecurity. They spent all of the first one, and I believe they spent a high percentage of the next one. So that's how I was able to track all of those ones, and all those are under contract. Now the NTUA one is a little bit more difficult to understand. The NTUA ones, and I did, after looking at this report again last night, I'm gonna have Arnold Jake's section provide another listing for you guys, so there's another pocket of information, is all the contracts that are out there. So you'll have an understanding of who the contractors are, the contract number, the amount of the contract, when the contract begins and ends. Underneath the subrecipients, similar to how the chapters of subrecipients are being done, the money is advanced to NTUA. NTUA, the Schedule C from the subrecipient contracts for NTUA allow for 50%, they got a contract for $100. When they sign the contract, they are allowed to invoice the Navajo Nation for $50 of that $100. So they're advanced to that, so they can start their projects. In the contract, underneath the language in the first part of the contract, not in Schedule C, there's a language in there that indicates that when 75% of the $50 is spent, or $38.50 of it is documented, then they can get the next $25. So it isn't that NTUA is expending these, what we're reporting is what has been paid to NTUA. Because of the dollar amount that is associated with NTUA, that's why I provide you the report of the breakdown of all of the NTUA advances. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, and that was where, when I reported to you, out of the first ones that came out in 22, out of those main contracts that kept up with the CARES defunded, only 2 of them have gotten the second disbursements, and those are 2 of the lower ones. So now you understand my concern and why I provide that information to council and when we do the report thing, is you have all this other, you have this $150 million advance to NTUA, and yet you have Delegate Crotty here saying that those are ineligible. So there's a reconciliation that needs to be done for all of those to make sure that those are expended. If you look back at the CARES expenditure, NTUA didn't spend and return like 23% of all the money that was given to them. So in this case, they're self-reporting. When NTUA gives us their quarterly reports, based on the reporting structure set up within the subrecipient agreement, those are the ones that I send to you guys, all of council, every time they do the quarterly report because of the dollar amounts associated with them. So that's how we track all of those in there. When Elizabeth was the controller, what I had hoped would happen was that NTUA would submit detailed information, but Elizabeth's stance was they're a tribal enterprise, they have the same auditor as us, so they don't have to submit detailed information unless they go to a high risk portion of it, which then has a different type of reporting requirement. So it's all self-reporting. But what we do is when they report it, that's where I go in and audit their expenditures against the contract. And that's where in the last reporting cycle, they gave us an invoice for the disbursement of the next one. But that's where I took my delegates region and I compared that against the CARES one. And that's where I discovered that there was an encumbrance or a billing for saline, but saline wasn't in that. So whoever's going to be tracking this needs to know all of that detailed information to say, this is in the contract, this is the reporting. It's a reconciliation, similar to how I used to do 52 P-card reconciliations every month. So that experience actually taught me how to do all of those things. So I'm not sure who's going to continue doing that kind of stuff when we get to those higher numbers. Because it does take a while to do all of that stuff in there. So that's now you understand my concern of that advance is out there and they're not expending at the rate that they're going. Granted, we do still have 3 years on the contract, but my concern is we need to hear from them the challenges they are having to get them through. Remember when you were asking Veterans Administration, what happens if the floodplain thing comes in later on? In this case, we should apply that same review to NTUA's project to say, if that isn't going to happen, then what's going to be in here? So that's where, if you look at the language in the subrecipient process, they're allowed to move funds within the ones that are on the list. So say you had 10 projects and they each had $10. So that's $100. So if you spend 13 on one, you don't have to go back and get an approval as long as it's within that group. But if you go outside of it, that's when you have to go back to council and say, we want to add these projects in there. But, DOJ determined on amendments. Jason has been tracking his pretty good, and he's done amendments on his that DOJ said doesn't have to go back to council. So those adjustments are being processed within the water side of it. NTUA has adjustments that they're trying to do the broadband one. Remember, Mr. Brigade, what was his name? Mini Farms delegate. Remember his Low Mountain? Key Allen. You remember his low mountain tower project? They ran into an issue of it, so they're trying to modify that contracting, and that's still in the process. They got stuck because the attorney the water attorney wants it processed a certain way. Another attorney allowed us to process it the other way, and we tried applying that to the same one, and this attorney said, no, I want to draft it this way. So that's the one that we're still trying to get those amendments through. It's a really, really big puzzle with thousands of pieces to it, and you're trying to track all of it. So it's kind of like the dog ate the one piece, and you're trying to find that one piece.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that you just now said that you need to sit down with them to understand that more. So yesterday I had a meeting regarding electric connections for ARPA, and I asked your team members if they got a specific report on the money that was allocated. And they said they don't have a report. So my concern about that. I'm just gonna go back to electric connections, $14.4 million. On here, you're stating that it's expended. But to me, that's not real. That's not real, that's not a real expenditure. Even though it says actual expenses, for me, that's not real. Yes, it's real that the controller's office doesn't have that money anymore. And it's given to them, but just like the funded CARES, or just like CARES funds, they gave money back. So I would really like to know how much they, and maybe we need to do a new chart. And that new chart says, okay, NQA, you got 14.4. If you look at all these ones that you had 100% either actual expenditures and encumbrances, all of them say 100%. And that makes us feel like, oh, okay, they're actually working on it. But when we sit down with them, they're not working on it. They're not there yet. They don't have it yet. They don't have a contract in place with their own internal vendors internally or subrecipient vendors to get those contracts on board. I know that because of at least for the contracts for Eastern Agency, because they have to hire like Hamus, Town of Levi, Sequoia Electric, City of Farmington, City of Gallup are their subrecipients. And they haven't even started that yet. Now that's for Eastern. I can't I can't speak for some areas that are on Big Navajo that I've seen on the listing. They haven't got to that point. Remember I asked you one time about cross-referencing different listings. We have a listing that the chapters put together back in 2000, 2001 that was uploaded into the DCD portal. That was original ARPA request. There's a listing of people that are on that power line electric. Then there's other people that are on the power line listing that went into NTUA and said, you know, NTUA did this big old campaign to get light at Navajo. So people went in to fill out their own forms. So they're on that listing too. Then, at least for New Mexico side, the chapters put a listing together to the state of New Mexico saying, you know, these are the applicant, these are the people we're gonna give this $300,000 power line for these 5-6 families. So they're on that listing. Then there's a last listing, possibly maybe UFB or CSM listing that's out there. In one case, I found out that there's the same lady on CSN project, on a New Mexico Capital Outlay project, on an NTUA. She got tired of hoping the chapter was gonna take care of it, so she walked into NTUA and filled out the Light of Navajo forms, so she's on that listing. And then she's also on the original DCD portal listing that was uploaded back in 2001. So you have individuals with the same names on each one of them. And they haven't even gotten to the point to say, okay, we need to cross-reference all these lists. You can say that about bathroom additions. I haven't even got into bathroom additions. I'm still trying to do water and electric. To decipher that, at least just amongst these chapters, and that's not even to open up a can of worms for all 104 other chapters. So to me, when you put actual expenditure under there, or that 14.4 million, 1.6, 5.5, 2.1, 1.8, 2.6, 4.8, to me, that's not accurate, Tom. To me, that's just saying we cut a check to NTUAs and we hopefully they're getting it done. So I think you've done your job, you've done a good job on it. But I think that colleagues, that we need to sit down with these individual ones because it's not accurate. It's not accurate. They're not getting these into contract yet. So if the subrecipient agreement, I think that it allows it to be in contract, so we met that requirement. But when we just let that requirement sit there, then that's when we get a problem. Because the problem then comes back to say, okay, now we feel comfortable and we've met that requirement. Okay, now we know that at least the money's not gonna go back. We met that ultimate dead, that first cap, that first goal, that first finish line. Now we can take our time to get this project done by 2026. So that's my question. I don't know if you get a reporting mechanism back to you on a quarterly basis to say that, you know what, NTUA, we've given you $14.4 million. How much money did you actually spend? Because I think that was given back to them like back in May, right? Sometime back when. How much money have they actually spent out of that? I don't know if you get that report, Tom. If not, then we need to have some kind of reporting mechanism to say that back to at least NTUA, back to these individuals, organizations, whether they be under Navajo or external entities, to say how much money did you actually expend, because it's not, I look at the listing, it might be accurate at the controller's office, but it's not actually accurate out there in the field. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Patel?
You finally understand what I've been trying to communicate to you. What I said was we're giving NTUA this amount, but they're not spending it at that level that they're trying to do. And that's my concern, because $300 million is 15% of the overall 2 billion. So that's where we got to go back to them and work it out with them. We are working on a reporting process for all the projects. We're trying to unveil that by the end of December. I'm following the same thing that you're doing. On August 22nd, 2023, I sent an email to NTUA. They responded back on August 23, the same day. The problem, it wasn't a New Mexico project, it was a Utah project. Remember Westwater, the $3 million? I think money is allocated for Westwater underneath SDS, Citizen, and ARPA. But because this was under contract to ARPA, my question to NTUA was, where is this and when are you going to contract it? Their response is, at this point, we don't have a contract in place until we plan on using the fund for construction. NTUA engineering and design is about 60%. Once completed, NTUA will procure construction services, and that's where the ARPA funds will be applied. NTUA will send that contract once awarded. That's the same question that I'm asking underneath yours, because in the approved expenditure plan and in the budgets, there are certain ones that they listed as being contracted out to others. And that's where the electric projects for Continental Divide Electric is in there. My question to them is, why aren't you releasing those ones? And their response is, we were gonna do that in-house. But the intent behind it, remember when they were talking on council, they were like, certain ones that we get, we're gonna have to contract those out. My question is, why aren't you contracting those out when you receive the money for those ones that are there? And it is true what you're saying, that the reporting we're doing is on the financial side of it. That's why it's labeled as a financial report. And that's where the reconciliation of actual expenses versus the advanced portion of it is very important that we all understand. So so we're on that. So when I say you have it funded by multiple things, that's where somebody on the legislative side or executive side needs to get a true understanding of SDS. SDS is like the chapters. What I found out, they get an automatic carryover of those funds. But because of the way the ARPA funding is structured and the talk in Washington is, if you're not gonna spend it, then it needs to return. Remember, SDS reported to the 24th Council, we're getting $500 million. Nobody has questioned it. We have in the quarterly report that BIA provides the council, there is no mention of the SDS anywhere in their reports. And IHS, we need to get that, oh, sorry, IHS. We need to get that information because that has to be compared to the other side of it so that we make a decision on it. We shouldn't be double funding those. And the other part, council gave SDS money to do projects that's underneath Citizen. Citizen allocated money to SDS when they have $500 million that they claim they got from the other side. Underneath their setup, like I said, they're like chapters, they roll over. There's no incentive for them to get those projects done because the way they get their funding, it automatically carries over.
I've just had a question. You've heard me on the calls, I've asked that question, I've asked Catherine, I don't know if she's listening. I've asked Arvin, I asked Castillo. About what do you mean when you fund everything? When have we actually ever got that in writing on the SDA, from IHS and explaining what that is? Because what do we mean that, what do you mean by fully funded? Does that mean fully funded for pipes in the ground? Does that mean fully funded for all the projects, SDS projects that only have preliminary draft documents that are ready to go? I don't know. And, or does that, maybe nobody knows here. Carl looks like you might know. Almighty vice chair might know, but the question I have is like, what does it actually mean? And then the cross reference too, that's why I haven't even gotten to bathroom additions. I'm over here still trying to work on water lines and power lines. The bathroom additions, I'm leaving that to my other colleagues, hopefully we can all try to get the answers, because one, bathroom additions, you have bathroom additions, $150 million on you. Is that $150 million for NECA just to do the shell? And then IHS comes in with everything else? Or what happens if they're not on the IHS listing? Are we just using an IHS listing? Have we ever seen the IHS listing? Are they cross-referencing the IHS listing back to our own DCD? And then also to this individual report, there's chapters like a bathroom addition funding too. Are we cross-referencing those and making sure Norman Begay's not on the chapter one, Norman Begay's not on the SDS one, Norman Begay's not on the future SDS one, Norman Begay's not on the CSM project, Norman Begay's not on the Mexico Capital Outlay. So I'm just wondering who's cross-referencing that? And you have exactly what I'm talking about, Tom, about that same project about Westwater. So maybe Paul can give me some insight and and light and secure.
I'm happy to share the little bit I know.
Okay.
Question.
Thank you. When the bipartisan infrastructure law passed, or IIJA, they took a snapshot of what the SDS total was at that time. And so, I think it was the 2021 report, and that was, it includes the tier 1 and tier 2 projects. Tier 1, design and basically the construction. Tier 2 is everything from, you walked out, looked at where the houses are and kind of penciled out some numbers to, there's a lot more planning that's gone into it. Maybe there's more that's taking place.
Yeah,
And generally, they would put like $50,000 to some of that to get it to like a tier 2 status. Try to advance it. That dollar amount is what informs that $500 million, because that's what the total list was across all of the national SDS. And then when it comes to the projects, if you have an SDS project and you have, Speaker David, I remember you very clearly said we should not be allocating type of dollars, fiscal recovery fund dollars to SDS projects. The only one where I think there was some overlap is potentially West Water. And then we may have allocated something to well projects that could end up supporting SDS projects in the future. But the only type of SDS that I would see where there's a threat of like double funding or something are scatter site projects. And that's where, IHS, sanitation facilities construction has to communicate with NTA and plan sense on the surveying, all of that, because they're gonna have to accept that facility. So there, by definition, has to be communication on, what FFC projects would be forward under an SDS dollar. And then over here, MTUA was contemplating funding that extension. I would like to think that communication is taking place, and I have seen it taking place in my district. The bathroom additions is the part where the nation is, or has dropped the ball and maybe it's changing. I'm not sure. I just, we gave it to NECA, but the information at the chapter level is so diffuse, and and the answers I've gotten, like, yes, OEH was consulted. No, OEH was not consulted. Oh, there's new numbers, and we don't have a finalized listing from what I understand. So I hope that provides a little bit of context.
You Vice Chair, I'm also going to give time to Mr. Gutierrez to respond.
One of the things that perhaps executive and legislative could explore is a public works unit. Public works unit would actually do all of this. You look at the plans of operation, all of that rests with community development, and Arvin and I were talking about that back there. It's like you have all 110 chapters under community development, and then you have what design engineering did, all of that stuff, because their plan of operation says that the construction and stuff belongs underneath them. But I think that piece should be by itself. That's just my opinion. Where when you look at the cities, the states, the counties, they have a public works office that does all of that stuff over there. And say good luck trying to get it done. That's why we aren't getting projects done. There's nobody specifically could connect all of those dots. I mean, when you look at Mr. Mitchell, he's dealing with how do you set up all the chapter account things over there? We have these vacancies over here. And at the same time, you're telling him you need to manage $500 million in projects, And so we need some place in the government that has all these types of activities so that you have the institutional knowledge, the workforce and all of that stuff. We're getting to that point, and I think it's great that we're having discussions about project management. We should have had those discussions for project management when we're allocating the citizen funds, when we're allocating the permanent trust funds, And all those years, we allocated those out. So you guys are way ahead of all the other 24 councils before you guys in having that discussion. But how do we now structure it so that future allocations come to check all of these things in there? There are people that specialize in that, you know, like right now, in all the 8 years that I worked for legislative services, I think only a year and a half we had a approved, what do you call it? Capital improvement plan, remember that? And then they reversed it, and they voided it. You know, that capital works project should be advising council and the president to say, we should do these projects in this order. That's why we have all the projects out there, because we're trying to do our day job and then trying to do our construction job, trying to do our project management job. There has to be a systematic way of getting these projects done. And it's great to hear you guys having that discussion.
Any members who have any questions on the resolution? Doesn't call for questions. Your call.
Yes. The federal refund stuff, they will present it. Green. And then, Vice Chair Slater votes green. And then Speaker Dave, how do you vote? Speaker Dave votes green. The crowd votes green. So, Lamar, Josh, how do you vote? Green. So, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cicero, for being with us all day. Yeah, thank you. We have one. That's is accepted by the committee. We're moving on to the next person on our agenda. Business, which is scheduling. Committee members, the items under scheduling, planning. For those of the committee to so that we can speak to the branch chiefs about their thoughts on the university, and also take a deeper conversation with the night on several of the topics that we heard reports on today. And then what is the work session with OME and OC on CHS funded projects, so that we can cross reference the ARPA expenditures across the organization. So those are the scheduling items. I would like to open up the floor to anybody who would like to carry that
Request to speak.
Vice Chair, sir.
Thank you. I guess the council is the appropriating body, and the president's office or president has the ability to veto or limit and veto appropriations. But the chief justice is not part of the appropriations process, aside from the three branch agreement, which is implicated in the URB. So I want to hear what the rest of the committee means or thinks about being the chief justice. And figuring out, you know, if we want to engage with the judicial branch on the appropriation process, how we would do that.
Vice Chair, members, what are your thoughts on meeting with the Chief Justice in regards of you, I think, and how the judicial branch is the role. Yes, I can provide some comments that I had, and why it's on the agenda. So you're right, the judicial branch isn't playing an exact role in appropriation, but the judicial branch also has needs that are not always discussed among the council. So I felt that maybe it's best that the budget committee would engage in that conversation. And just get an overall perspective of what the thoughts are from the branch chief.
I have a comment.
Speaker Damon?
Good afternoon, colleagues. I understand what you mean about, maybe my kind of understanding or concept is that when I remember Van Terry always asking to say that. What are the three branches he's come up with some kind of UUFB plan in place? So I think that's why I'm thinking about this too, is that, well, my thought specifically on this is, I think this is out of respect to Madam Chief Justice to possibly say, you have any, what are you requests if you might have any? But let me bring you back to the understanding of what was happening in the past. If you remember this past budgetary process, and Chief Justice was here before us with her team, and Madam Chair Charleston and the legislative and everything that came through for their regular for that 2024 fiscal year budget. And at that time, correct me if I'm wrong, my memory states that they didn't have any needs for UUSB. And maybe that's the same thing, but what they didn't disclose and what I brought to light is that they still have right now a little over $50 million in unallocated funds that the judicial branch has. And I don't know if that fund management plan has ever been approved, and it has. Well, okay, well, the fund management plan has probably been approved, but I don't think the expenditure plan has been approved. So, I mean, and Chief Justice can, out of respect, maybe ask to meet with her, and I don't have a problem meeting with her and the president on what their thoughts are, especially with the fact that there's a high amount of dollars in the UUFB right now. I think just like to have respect to say, okay, President, what are your thoughts on this? Chief Justice, what are your thoughts on this? And we might take that into consideration, but at least we tossed out that notion to say that we respectfully had that conversation with them. Same results. So, but I would really like if there was any funding allocated to the Chief Justice, and I'll bring it up at that time if we can, is that Madam Chief Justice, is that it's in UUFB that they're requesting specifically for capital improvement or anything. They have funding first, they should look at that they can expand that the council and the president put into law to go ahead and say that that's specifically for your branch, and you can come up with that expenditure plan. If they're gonna have any kind of ask, I think they should look at that. That's not gonna be at this time.
Committee members, have any comments or questions on any of the schedule items?
I remember, it's, in the past, we just had the three branch chiefs meeting, like the finance committee, Red, that was called, following. Remember, then they want to come from here, but
Just to have that conversation with them, out of respect. I'm okay with having that meeting with them.
Got 8 AM on the fifth. Yeah.
Do we have a meeting on that?
I see there's the proposed work session for December 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
I do not support it. Think of all the sessions we had on our, have accomplished nothing. It's this, there's all this disinformation, the same things are here. Somebody needs to cut through and just make a decision on these things.
So what, have we had one this year?
On our, this committee has. And we had updates for time.
Okay, I do not have, so we can say that we can bring light to our colleagues. To say the truth.
Delegate Hauser?
Yeah,
You have, excuse me,
6 to
6th to the 16th, Delegate Hauser is not available.
the 16th to not available.
6th through the 16th of December. Okay,
So the 5th at 8 o'clock is a great time. I second.
It seems like a good day, we'd all be here anyways for budget finance work or not.
The fifth at 8 o'clock? I guess I can get up one more time in the morning.
I'm not available
But I don't think I can do that. Well, let's not do that. today.
but couldn't you be there?
These are four, no, but how about that?
Fourth. I have a meeting that day.
How about What about the fourth item, which is the work session on OMB?
In, 9 AM with the 3 branch chiefs that called in, and then at 1 PM have the work session on is it UUFB too, or is it CSN and PTF on the project?
Oh, and then we're having a Christmas dinner on Saturday. Okay, cool. I'd be nice to get Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done, right?
Yeah, I know. Emotion.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, sorry.
We're done.
Speaker David, call the motion for the.
I vote green.
So the committee will be on December 18th.
Green.
At 9 AM, to do our, discussion on the regulations, and then following. Committee lunch. Christmas lunch, and then after that will be our regular. The PTS. Apologies.
Okay.
Morning, vote, please.
Yeah.
quite different.
So Vice Chair Slater seconds the motion.
My third.
Okay, can we approve, ECB and BEB with the citizen PTF because they're the ones that.
So right now, there's a motion on the floor. Committee members, do you have any questions or comments on that? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you roll call?
Yes.
Well, no, we'll talk about the details and that will be a part of it.
Okay, we'll call vote to.
Questions.
Motion
It is so
Okay.
I've been.
I'm going to begin with green, or I should vote. I'm looking at what party we vote.
I said I will agree.
You take David, I'm looking at what party is green, which, Arnold Santaman, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Arnold Santaman, votes green, Arnold Santaman, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Arnold Santaman, votes green, Madam Chair, when I find them voting in favor, you're opposing, Madam Chair, not voting no.
Thank you.
To adjourn.
On our next agenda, can we schedule the enterprise audit? Maybe in tech.
If I can bring them in and let her audit. What do you mean?
You did that, but they're fine.
Yeah. Part of the-
Yeah, like schedule them.
Oh, okay, good.
And then you're looking for the other, who's submitting it.
Delegate Azar, second motion. Ms. Nelson, can you roll call?
One couple on the Dermot.
Ms. Nelson,
And he was.
It's weird how you were able to lower your volume.
I don't know.
I don't know how
Game
this
was green, Mar, Asher, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Mar, Asher, was green, Arnold. Thank you, Arnold, Emerson, party was green, Arnold Santaman, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Arnold Santaman, was green, Arnold Howard, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Arnold Howard, was green, Madam Chair, the members, the members are opposing. Madam Chair, vote.
you're gonna add 3 points.